At this point, I only see 2 commissioners and myself. Do we have anybody else? We cannot get started if we don't have a quorum. Sarah Minaret, do we know if any commissioners were going to have any issues being present today that we're not aware of at this time?
I think Commissioner Green was the only one who was not going to be able to attend, but if Sarah Quinn is present, she might be able to have more specifics.
I have no more specifics.
To those joining us online, please hold a second while we are trying to make sure that we have a quorum before we get started. Thank you. Okay, I see Commissioner Falcone, Commissioner Hill, thank you. See Commissioner Snipe and Commissioner Lawson. So at this point, I would like to get started. Welcome, everyone. I'm calling to order the City of Pittsburgh's meeting of the Historic Review Commission. It is May 3rd, 2023, 1:03 in the afternoon. First item in our agenda, I would like to do a roll call to make sure that we have a quorum. Commissioner Abrams?
Here.
She's not here this time. Commissioner
I'm here.
Green?
Oh, I'm here. Did you not hear?
Commissioner
Did you not
Green.
hear me?
Commissioner Falcone?
Here.
Please say yeah or present.
I'm here. I think you might have an audio.
Can you guys
issue
hear me? Because I cannot hear anyone.
Yeah,
Commissioner
you not
Abrams,
hear
I can hear you.
Oh. Somebody say something at this time, please.
We can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear
Lord,
me?
I'm sorry. I
She can't hear.
seem to be having some difficult problems. Hold on a second. Could someone say something at this time?
We can still hear you.
I'm not
I'm here.
hearing anybody. Could somebody say something at this time? I'm sorry.
We're still here.
Okay, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I did not know that I was the problem. I apologize to everyone present. And my cat just walked in. Hold on a second. Let me go back to do a roll call if that's okay. Commissioner Abrams?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Green? Not here this time. Commissioner Falcone?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill? Commissioner Hill, I saw you before. Okay. Please say yes or hi or I. Okay, I seem to not be the only one having some issues. Commissioner Hill, we cannot hear you. I'll continue moving forward. We can see Commissioner Hill, but please make sure that your sound is on. So say something when available. Commissioner Loyson,
Here.
thank you.
Check.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Hill. We can hear you. Commissioner Loyson is here. Commissioner Snipe,
Here.
thank you. We do have a roll call, so we can continue moving forward to our first item of the agenda, approval of minutes for the month of April, which were distributed by staff earlier. And at this time, I ask of commissioners to see if there's any comments or corrections to what was distributed.
None for me.
Hearing
And-
none, I'd like to move that we approve our minutes from our April session.
I'll second.
Thank you. For the vote, Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
thank you. Commissioner Green is still not here. Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
thank you. Commissioner Loyson,
Aye.
thank you. Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
thank you. And Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Approval of the minutes for the month of May moves forward. Next item on the agenda, approval of certificates of appropriateness report for the month of for the month of April. And they were as well distributed by staff ahead of today's hearing. And I ask from commissioners if there's any concerns.
No concerns for me.
So
I'll
we're in
motion to
agreement then. So
approve.
I move that we approve our certificate of appropriateness report.
I'll second.
Thank you. For the vote, Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Green, I believe is still not here. Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson,
Sorry, I couldn't respond quickly enough, but I had some issues with excuse me, 952 West North. And I believe that it was going to be up to, I think I've got the address right. I believe it was going to be up to staff to review. And the drawings were fairly incomplete. So I'm not sure if I saw anything subsequent to that that confirmed that the concerns were met. So I'm not sure about that. I don't know if Sharon or Sarah can update us.
Yeah, I can update you. Is that we would not have issued a C of A if the documentation was not sufficient. And the project design was not appropriate based on commission's comments.
Okay.
we can revisit this if there's an issue at a later time during the director's report.
Sure.
For in the interest of time, would you like to abstain or move forward?
I'll abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Approval for the certificates of appropriateness for the month of April moves forward with the caveat that we will discuss as needed the property brought up by Commissioner Loison.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is correspondence received for the projects, and which once again was distributed by staff ahead of today's hearing. And for the record, I will share that we did receive correspondence for item. I think it will be easier if we have the agenda items, but we did receive correspondence for 2339 East Carson Street. We received correspondence for 1215 Arch Street. We have correspondence for 804 Penn Avenue on the Penn Liberty district. We have correspondence for Shenley Farms 232 Lighton Avenue. We have correspondence for Shenley Farms 252 Parkman Avenue. And then we do have correspondence for or demolition agenda for the Tito House Garage, where there is a dummy report as well as some letters received of support, which we can talk at length when we get to that item on the agenda. Is there any other correspondence related for today's hearing, staff?
No.
Okay. Okay, so then with that item, we can probably keep moving forward to our hearing and action portion of today's hearing. Let's start with an access check for our attendees. Can our guests hear or see as needed? If you have problems, use the Q&A or raise hand. Staff will try to help you out as needed. You can also call the number in the invite if you have questions. At this time, first, I'm going to identify all items in the agenda that we were going to be addressing with the public. Item number 1 will be Allegheny West Historic District, Beach Avenue, 930 Beach Avenue, alterations to previously approved composite porch and steps to limestone. Item number 2 in the agenda was removed prior to today's hearing by the applicant. Item number 3 is East Carson Street Historic District, 2339 East Carson Street, K2 Building Group LLC owner, installation of 2 barbecue smokers on front of patio space. Item number 4 in the agenda, individual landmark Thaddeus Stevens School, 822 Crucible Street, City of Pittsburgh owner and applicant, building renovations including construction of new elevator tower. Item number 5 in the agenda, Manchester Historic District, 1431 West North Avenue, Anthony Caffardi owner, installation of rooftop solar panels. Item number 6 in the agenda, Mexican Water Street Historic District expansion, 1215 Arch Street, Wendelin Moore owner, replacement of rear deck with new cover porch. Item number 7 in the agenda, Mexican Water Street Historic District expansion, 1323 Arch Street, proposal for alterations to after the fact replacement of rear stairs. Item number 8 in the agenda, Penn Liberty Historic District, 804 Penn Avenue, Philippe Green Talassen LLC owner, restoration of front facade and alterations to rear elevation and rooftop. Item number 9 in the agenda, Shenley Farms Historic District, 232 Lighton Avenue, Stephen and Evelyn Reese owners, replacement of wooden front door with fiberglass door. Item number 10 on the agenda, Shenley Farms Historic District, 252 Parkman Avenue, Dider Singh owner, a facade alterations and construction of an addition. Under demolitions, we have only one item, individual landmark, the Tito House, 1817 Fifth Avenue, 1818 Caldwell Street, demolition of a rear garage. And with that, probably we can get started. Before we begin, to all, cases will be heard for the record and public testimony will be taken. They will be heard in the order that was just shared. How to participate. After the presentations for hearing, we will invite testimony. Staff will first call on the people who register by name or the last 4 digits of their phone number. Then we will invite the guests who have used the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen and guests on the phone. If the staff needs to change your status in the meeting, there may be a pause or reconnection circle. Let that finish. The chat is disabled. Please use only the Q&A for technical assistance. In regards to the presentations, the applicant will have the time they need to state their case at hand. In regards to testimony, those providing public testimony will only have 3 minutes each per person, which will be timing. Presenters, clearly describe which slide you are presenting in order to assist those participating via audio to follow along with the presentation of their own computer or mobile device. So with that, if everybody's ready, I would like us to get started with item number 1 on the agenda, Allegheny West Historic District, 930 Beach Avenue, alteration to previously approved composite porch steps to limestone. Do we have the applicant ready for us?
We are here.
Excellent. Please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your presentation. Thank you.
My name is Harvey Young. My address is 930 Beach Avenue. I'm here with my wife, Tanya Lyle. May we begin?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Okay. What was originally approved was the replacement of the porch that you're seeing here in this picture. This porch was put on by my wife and I in roughly 1987. When we bought the house, the roofing was there and the elements of the porch were there, but there was no structure. Subsequently, it deteriorated. We applied for a replacement of the porch using Trek material. That has been accomplished. That was approved and that was accomplished. The after the fact alteration occurred because the Trek material is no longer made in a 10-inch wide tread for the steps that you see leading up to the property. We decided to change as a result of the unavailability of the materials to limestone. And so we've replaced the wooden steps with 3 limestone steps, 12 inches wide. So you'll see that's where the steps are. This is after the fact because we didn't know that the material was not going to be available. This project started back in October. The material ceased to be available by the time we got it started. And we also learned when we tore off the old porch that there were in fact stone steps there that I guess we had forgotten about in 36 years. There had been stone steps there that were in disrepair. And all we did was then repair those steps with limestone stairs. We also provided pictures that show you that all of our neighbors have, of course, stone steps. This is the picture of the stone that was there. It was in disrepair. We took pictures of our neighbors' properties. They also have stone steps. Those were the Trek materials that you're looking at there that have already been approved. So this after the fact alteration is to do the limestone steps, actually quite like my very next door neighbor's house. That's the Burton home, I believe. I'm sorry, it's the other way. It's Susan and Justin's house to our left. And to also add a stair, a railing, which we had not contemplated originally. As we get older, we think it's just safe to have a handrail next to the stairs. So that is essentially our application.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. We have no correspondence regarding this property. So this time, I would like to welcome public testimony regarding item number 1, 930 Beach Avenue. Doesn't appear that we have anyone. Okay, so with that, I would like to move it back to commissioners for comments. and concerns?
Do you have an image of what the rail will be?
We do. Not the rail. No, we haven't chosen the rail yet.
The rail. Madam Chair, there was a member of public with their hand raised to make comment. Karen Malikoff has her hand raised.
Okay, then hold on a second, Mr. Young,
Sure.
and let's have Ms. Malikoff.
Okay, hello, I'm Carol Malikoff. I am testifying for the Allegheny West Local Review Committee. One thing, you did receive correspondence from us as usual. I always send an email with our recommendations, and you did you were sent one. I don't know whether you have one or not, but there was one sent out. This was a very easy review, an easy proposal. We thought that using limestone for the steps was a great idea and fits in well with the other steps and facades along the neighborhood. So the LRC supports this project.
Thank you, Ms. Malikoff. Could you please confirm which day did you send your correspondence to our office?
Offhand, I would have to look it up. It was last week.
Okay, we will review that just for records, but thank you for being available for your public testimony. Thank you.
Thanks.
So with that, I would like to move back to commissioners, continue, I believe, the conversation that had started.
25th is what we said. By the way, Ms. Malikoff's email was actually sent probably on April 25. We have a copy here sent to us. Also, I'll let my wife speak to the handrail.
The handrail will tie into the fencing that we already have. So the design for the handrail literally will take some of the design that we've already installed in the fencing. So, and the question is whether or not it will be one handrail or whether we do both sides of the porch, of the steps, excuse me, and it'll tie into the limestone. We have a vendor, I don't have the name, but they haven't come out yet to actually start to do the design work for it. But the goal is just to tie it into the fencing, like it's all one installation.
Okay.
So are you suggesting it would have the same kind of balusters as the fence, or?
The same elements.
No, I think you're looking at
Not the
you're looking
porch.
at the porch. If there is another picture of our property, you'll see that we installed,
There's another,
and
yeah.
there it is.
there
We
it is.
we
Oh, okay.
those iron fencing. Now, by the way, our property is going to the right, not the left. But you'll see the elements that are there on the left at our stairs. Those were installed by us. It's our intent to install the railings that would be comparable to that with a similar design elements, like the curvature you see in the iron, as well as the top of the railing there.
The escutcheon at the bottom, and then the little curvatures at each of the fence. Somehow, if he could just tie that in, the goal is to literally make like it's been there all the while with the design of the fence.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I'd like to move that we approve the application for 930 Beach Avenue with the caveat that the specs for the fencing be coordinated with our staff.
I'll
Second.
second.
For the vote, Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Green is not coming in today. Just wanted to confirm, so I won't be calling their name. Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hale,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. If there are motion moves forward, approved with the caveat, if anything changes, please, Mr. and Mrs. Young, keep staff updated.
We will
We
do
will.
that. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for the time. We appreciate it.
Thank
Mhm,
you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, item number 2 was removed as me previously shared. So we are now on item number 3 with East Carson Street Historic District, 2339 East Carson Street. Installation of 2 barbecue smokers on front of patio space. And do we have the applicant ready for us?
I'm here.
It seems that we have a little bit of an echo.
Is that better?
Yes, much
Yes.
better.
Mm.
Please state your name and address for the record, and after that, you may begin your presentation. Welcome.
2339 East Carson Street.
You may begin.
I am the property owner of the Double I Grill and the business owner. And we are looking to put 2 barbecue smokers on the front patio. This is an image of what the 2 smokers would look like approximately. It's on the left side of our building behind the trees and away from the corner. These barbecue smokers are being moved from Sport Pit at 5349 Penn Avenue. So they were in operation in a different part of the city. Here's the site plan that shows the exact location of where we want to put the smokers. And these are specs of the smokers. That's it for my presentation.
Okay, very straightforward. Thank you. At this time, I would like to welcome public testimony regarding this property. Could we confirm there's no one?
Yeah.
There is
Mr.
someone.
Ross, go ahead. Mr. Ross,
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you. Welcome back. We haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, sorry. So Bob Russ, 1927 Jane Street, speaking on behalf of the East Carson Street Local Review Committee. Yeah, apologies, didn't get written comments to you in time, but we did review this project, both at the dam and at the LRC individual meeting with the owner applicant. So this one's tricky for us. We debated this quite a bit. It's not an alteration to the building per se, and it's not necessarily an alteration to the sites or ground. It kind of falls into a gray area for this. If it was mechanical equipment on the building, it would have to be inconspicuous from the street and screened in some way. But I guess at the end of the day, the way the LRC went, the consensus is this is portable equipment, not unlike the chairs and tables and planters you see in the photograph. It could be wheeled away at any point. It's not permanently mounted. While we always kind of judge these things against possible precedent, and that smokers could start to end up at every outdoor patio and bar and restaurant in the district, that would certainly have an impact. At this time, we just don't see anything in the guidelines that dictate how this should be judged. So we're kind of leaving it up to you guys to debate that with them. But we had no objection to them. We didn't see an item or a guideline provision that addressed them as portable equipment, even though they're fairly large. So with that, the LRC hands it off to you guys and says, we really don't have a position and we're not in opposition or support, and kind of go whichever way you'd like with this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ross, for your testimony. Appreciate it. And I would like to say at this point for the record, as previously shared, that we did get a copy of the DOMI report regarding this project. I think so. With that, I would like to move it to commissioners at this time.
Yeah, kind of like Mr. Russ said, this is a weird, like, it's not like we've ever judged people's patio furniture before, you know, at an industrial level. So I'm not exactly, you know, I'd be curious from staff, like, did they, you know, like, almost not why is it before us, because I obviously understand it is the why, but nothing in our purview that I can think of has, you know, if you wheel something on your patio, you know, it's like, I don't know I'd be curious, staff, what was the process to get it here, is my initial thought.
Is it in any way kind of, you know, bolted to the ground or fixed to the site in any sort of way, or is it entirely mobile?
It's entirely mobile. It could be towed away.
Given that thought, given the fact that it's portable, it can be moved at any given time. It's not a permanent fixture to the building, and the stand that the community takes, I don't have an opposition to it either.
In this case, I would also add that it seems in character with the building and its former use. And even if it was bolted in place, you could always unbolt it. Seemingly. And it's behind, you know, the property line. It's not on public right of way. So it seems to be a kind of appropriate addition to the site.
Yeah, another thing that popped into my head, and I would be curious to fellow commissioners, why are we voting on it like at all? Like, when we talk about precedent, I don't want to start the precedent of voting for things that are wheeled onto people's property more than I want to say, oh, the HRC has affirmed, you know, that this sort of thing is appropriate in nature. And you know, I'd be curious as to, like, I don't want to vote on it at all, kind of, because it's a weird space, and were we supposed to vote on everybody's anything now that they bring for like cooking purposes on their property if they have a patio?
I mean, this is a very interesting location because all along that East Carson corridor, there's really no other location like this. I think if anything, down 18 and Carson, the beer place has a small little seating area in the front. But other than that, there is no other areas that have this, you know, kind of like front situation, and especially with a corner, since in here we have the front and the side.
Perhaps good staff might be able to enlighten us about why this is before the commission. It seems like we're all very much in agreement that this is perhaps outside of our purview.
I can certainly see why you feel that way. I think the thought was just the visual obstruction created by these things is very great, and it is a very visible corner. I think it's entirely reasonable if you commissioners choose to make a motion that you do not review this. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think this was an error on the side of caution. because this is one of those things that would really potentially cause an uproar in the community. And so we wanted to be safe. So it's before you now, whatever you choose. I agree with everything you said. So including that they do sort of fit into the character of the gas station.
Thank you.
So
Thank
what are
for
you
that.
envisioning the uproar would be?
Well, I don't necessarily know that we really want to discuss that right now. I think the issue is that, you know, it's been reviewed. If it hadn't been reviewed, then we would be concerned that we hadn't reviewed it.
So I move then that we discharge the application for 2339 East Carson Street.
Second.
Okay, for the vote in discharging this application, Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion discharged, and I still thank the applicant for coming to us and making sure that this was a non-item for us. So I really thank you for that.
You're welcome. Is there anything we need to do at this point, or we can roll them there?
Have a good weekend.
And make some good barbecue.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
Just extremely quickly, that was my first mechanic when I had a car, and I was so sad to see it go, but I like the food in there, and I drive by every day. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we'll be sorry to have the sport pit stuff moved out of our neighborhood. To yours.
From a fork, yeah. Okay, thank you so much. We can keep moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, item number 4, individual landmark, Thaddeus Stevens School, 822 Crossable Street, building renovations, including construction of new elevator tower. And do we have the applicant ready for us?
Yes, I'm here. This is Elijah Dolly, Buchart Horn Architects. I'm the project manager. And I see with me here, we have Claire Mastroberardino. Claire, are you able to hop on?
Yeah, I'm on. I just have to switch to a different computer to get.
Okay. Claire, do you know if Jacob will be joining us as well?
Most likely, if he joins, he's not going to be on as a panelist.
Okay. And I'm not sure if you're able to see, Lucia, if Bill Brennan is on the line. He will potentially be weighing in on some of these presentation and responses as well.
I don't think I cannot see him right now on our screen. However, if he is here,
Okay.
he can always call and we can bring him forward. But in the interest of time, if we have presenters, I would like you guys to get started.
Okay, I see Bill down here. Welcome, Bill.
Hi.
Bill is our historic consultant and has been working on this project along with us through the years of its development. All right, with that, Claire, did you want to say any words or do you want me to get started here?
Go for it, Eli.
All right. So this is Thaddeus Stevens, former Thaddeus Stevens Elementary. It was occupied up until 2022 or 2012, and it's currently unoccupied, sitting in the West End neighborhood. Our agenda here will roughly break into 2 parts. We'll cover the site in context, and then the building exterior and the minor improvements there. So could you go to the next slide? Here is the site location, a context map of the Elliott neighborhood. You can see highlighted in red is the building and the site. Highlighted in green is the adjacent Townsend Parklet that's been also owned by the city and has been recently renovated. Our next slide, please. Our site is bounded on the what we're going to call effectively the south side by Crucible Street, on the north side by Chartiers Avenue, which drops down behind our site, heading downhill to the east. Our site is bounded on the west by Janewood Way, which turns into Ernie Street, and the Townsend Parklet, which I mentioned before, and then on the east, bounded by Amherst Street. As you can see in this photo, we are in a otherwise completely residential neighborhood. While Chartiers Ave does have a small commercial district up the hill and a couple properties around it, that is significantly down the hill, and there's a large amount of trees on the slope behind the parking lot as it goes down to Chartiers Ave. So it's primarily a residential neighborhood and property situated within. Next slide, please. Here gives you a little bit better of a picture, an aerial showing you the rough massing of the school in relation to the mostly two-story residential around it. You have a double-loaded corridor for classrooms in the middle, which is 3 stories tall on the front side. The front is going to be Crucible, the south facade. And then on the rear side, on the parking lot side, it presents as 4 stories tall. On the east side, on the right-hand side, is the gym box with the boiler in the basement and the chimney. You can see there. And then on the west side is an auditorium box. Next slide, please. Here you can see the grade that I was describing before, how Chartiers dives down the hill. There's about 30 feet of grade change at that corner where the site stair rises up to the parcel from Chartiers Ave. And this also shows how it's a little bit taller at the back with an additional story on the parking lot side, and the relationship of the parking lot to the Townsend Parklet. This shows the main entrance to the site off of Amherst Street to the vehicular entrance to the rear parking lot. You can also see off of Janewood Way on the right side of the image, there's a small ramp which it's about 10 feet wide, connects the parking lot level to the Janewood Way. And this is an area that we're going to be looking at as one of our few interventions on the building in the at the connection between the 4-story double-loaded corridor and the auditorium box. There will be, we're proposing an elevator hoistway extend in that corner, which we'll show in future slides. Next slide, please. So the existing building is a limestone and yellow brick masonry construction. There's a steel superstructure. Some of the doors are existing, which we're proposing to remain. Some of them have been replaced, which we'll point out as we go around the facade with FRP doors. The windows are, as they exist, are replacements. They're not original. I believe they were installed in the 80s, and they're in fair condition. We are currently proposing no change to the windows. Go through here and see if there's anything significant here. The school is added to the list of the Pittsburgh History and Landmarks Foundation Historic Landmarks in 2001, and the list of city Pittsburgh historic designations in 99. The programming is run by the city's Department of Public Works and will hold a rec center and archive Okay, next slide.
Let me add, Eli,
Mhm.
that the State Historic Preservation Office has reviewed the narrative which was prepared by the city of Pittsburgh and has responded and said the building is eligible to be listed in the National Register, although it is not, and it's not intended to be.
Thank you, Bill. And because of that, while we are working with SHPO currently, we have not received an approval on the, we needed to get through that first designation process first, and whether or not we need to submit the drawings to them as well. So
SHPO did respond to the narrative and indicated that we were retaining all the historic defining elements on the exterior, and therefore they saw no reason not to approve.
I'm going to start the review of the exterior conditions with this slide, which highlights what we believe will be the most major changes to the building. Then we'll describe why we believe they're not significant or that we've treated them historically appropriately. They're highlighted in green here. We will be fully replacing the roof, adding some insulation, so the roof level will change on both the high roof and the low roofs. By the net difference will be somewhere between 5 and 7 inches. We will be adding rooftop HVAC units, which we have set back closer to the building so as to avoid visibility from the street, from all of the surrounding streets. And there's some AT&T equipment which is not mounted. It's the rooftop equipment shown in 2 boxes on the high roof is simply ballasted to the roof. And there is some AT&T equipment on the east facade, which we'll address as well. Perhaps the most major intervention is the elevator hoistway, shown where the cursor is here on the northwest corner of the building. So these are the locations in plan. Next slide, please. On the south elevation, front elevation on Crucible Street, this is going to cover some things that will be typical to all facades, all original elements and details to remain throughout. That includes all of the brickwork, all of the existing metal signage, the doors that are original, and there are several glyphs or raised glazed. Are they terracotta, Bill?
They're terracotta.
Glazed terracotta relief patterns. The masonry will be cleaned and in some locations repointed where necessary, but in general, the brick is in good condition, as is the pointing. Most of the windows will require some lintel repair. There are steel lintels that are exposed and the paint has worn off in a number of locations. So those will be ground down to steel and repainted. But that will be the extent of the window treatment. In locations where we see replacement fiberglass reinforced polymer doors, otherwise known as FRP, those doors will be replaced and treated based on the original drawings with replacements. There's a site rail that rings the entire property that will be either stripped or sanded and repainted, existing to remain otherwise, and the flagpole will be refinished. Next slide, please. So I described the windows here. On all facades, there's a number of panes that are broken. Those will be replaced. And just again, these are non-original aluminum windows to remain, to be cleaned, weather stripped, lintels repaired. The broken glass block will be replaced in kind. And then the replacement blocks, we're going to try and find a better match if we can. As far as we can tell, the majority of these glass block windows are original. Next slide. Also typical to all facades are each of the classrooms has unit ventilators, which will be removed. The unit ventilators will be removed from the project. However, the original and the recast aluminum ventilator grills will be existing to remain. We will need to infill from the interior with some sort of metal panel system blacked out in order to appear as it did originally. You can see an elevation and section from the original drawings there on the right side of the page. Next slide. So the entrances to the auditorium and the gym will be largely existing to remain, including the stairs, doors, and cheek walls, as well as you can see one of the limestone reliefs there, which will be cleaned. The existing railing on the auditorium will be repainted, and while the gym entrance does not have railings currently or originally, we are proposing to add compliant handrails at that gym entrance. Next slide. There is an elevated patio in the middle of the plan, in the middle of the facade, which was the former kindergarten patio with pavers. The landscaping and pavers will be replaced in kind, and the railing will be repainted. Next slide. So from the south facade, we've included a section here which shows the approximate height of the building across the street, and that's the current plane of all of the houses across the street, showing a sight line to the height of the new mechanical equipment. And this is the actual mechanical equipment up on the dunnage as we anticipate it. So this shows that even from the roof of the houses across the street, you would not be able to see the mechanical equipment on the south facade from Crucible Street, or even the houses across the street. Next slide. And this shows from the other end. This shows on the east end, looking above the gym, where both all of the mechanical equipment will be lower than the parapet height. Next slide. Here is a perspective of across the street on the opposite sidewalk, looking up at that at the east elevation. Again, we're going to have masonry cleaning and repointing as needed. We will have roof replacement and new equipment, which we'll show a little bit later. And you can see in these photos peeking up there is the AT&T equipment, which is required to remain by AT&T, which has an agreement with the city for this equipment. This is a backup emergency cell receptor location is the rationale behind the necessity for the equipment here. Next slide. Here again, we're showing the sight line from the houses across Amherst Street and the street itself, where you would have to be up close to that roof line to even see the new mechanical equipment that we have on top of the gym roof. Next slide. Here's a better look at the AT&T equipment that is up there, and the AT&T equipment which is on the roof. Both are existing to remain. And other than the mounting on the facade, the bolts attaching to the facade, there's no impact on the existing fabric of the building. Next slide. Moving on to the north or rear elevation, where the parking lot is. Again, we're going to have masonry cleaning and reporting. There are several FRP doors on this facade, including the main facade shown in the lower right photo. We'll focus on that door. We've also, this is where you'll begin to see that elevator hoistway. And we believe there's also going to be some signage which have indicated as a potential location in a white box above the door on the again in the lower right hand image. And I've roughed in the massing of the elevator hoistway needed to service the third floor in this photo, which we can return to as needed.
I think it's important, Eli, that we stress that we've located the elevator in a place that is not very visible from the residential area. It's on the back side of the building.
Right, and set on the eastern side of the auditorium, so it's set far back from the houses that are on Ernie Street. Okay, next slide. So here we have called out in red the elevator hoistway as a metal panel to match the existing brick color, which we can get in a careful match, as well as we expect to match the coursing of every fifth or so course with the dimensions of these panels. Again, we're looking to not take away from the existing historic character of the building. This is a utilitarian element, and the best that we can, we're trying to make this fade away and not be noticeable. In other areas of the building, we may have made this a more significant or pronounced change in material, but this is going to be a small elevator hoistway tower, which we're trying to treat sensitively.
You know, the scale of the addition is so small, we're afraid that the tail wags the dog. So I think having it blend in is appropriate and aesthetically pleasing.
Okay, next slide. Here we have a focus on the main entrance door. Again, this is in the picture shown, this is a replacement FRP door, and we'll be looking to replace it with, based on the existing drawings, we were not able to find any photos of this door, but any historic photos of this door, but we'll be looking to replace it in an aspect that respects the style of the original doors that were there, which is called out as the type S in this door schedule. Next slide. Moving around to the west elevation, we will be replacing the sidewalk and ramp and railing, which will provide an accessible entrance to the auditorium. Again, replacing an FRP door. We are looking to remove and salvage the existing stone steps, replacing with a concrete foundation and reinstalling the existing stone, which is in good condition. There'll be a new steel railing to match the railing that we're proposing along the sidewalk. Here again, you see the dimensions of the elevator hoistway from the west facade. And we don't have the rooftop equipment shown in this image, but I believe we have a section coming up here, which will show again what it looks like. And same as the other facades, masonry cleaning and spot repointing as needed. Next slide. So here are the sight lines to both the hoistway as well as the mechanical equipment that we have on on top of the auditorium, and the views from Ernie Street and the properties across Ernie Street. Next slide. That concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Before we have any questions, we'd like to welcome at this point public testimony regarding this property. If any. I don't see anybody. Moving forward, and there is no other correspondence for this project. So with that, I think we can move it back to commissioners for review and comment.
Yeah, I have a thing or two. First, Claire, lovely to see you again. Hope you're doing well and everything.
Hi, James.
Miss you guys down there. I was just curious, have we decided which of the buildings doors is going to be the main entrance? I know it's kind of a great flow from the park and everything, but that was more just a curiosity on that. And then two was the existing the aluminum letters above the two stair towers on the front that just say Thaddeus Stevens. Was that just staying as is, or was there any, you know, city parks logo, et cetera, and so forth, or was that going to kind of stay as is on the facade?
So the main entrance will be on the north side. Those doors that I focused on as with the original drawings of the door schedule, that'll be the main entrance. That doorway closest to the auditorium on that rear side ground floor. So you have off of the parking lot and close to the park, the Townsend Parklet. So that'll be the main entrance, and then we do intend to maintain the original lettering on the front facade. We will have some additional signage around the building. On the front, we do have room to create some new signage off of the building, which we're trying to do closer to the street, or a standalone sign that does not impact the building itself. On the rear facade, on the parking lot side, we don't have so much room to place a sign. We could look at that, but that was where I was calling out. We may put a sign above that door, that entrance door, that I'd called out with the white box. Could we go back up a few slides? I think it was the first slide of that north. Come back down. We sort of came around the building in a counterclockwise fashion. Okay, right there, right there.
Back one.
Back one.
Can you go back one
forward
slide?
now.
There we go.
There we go. On the lower right-hand image, it's sort of hard to see because it's tucked up in the corner, but there's a white box which is calling out the area which we would like to place signage there. And again, I think we would try to match the single stainless steel letters which we see on the front facade.
And then, you know, assumedly the lawn signage would just be the existing, you know, city planning approved city park signage that's in front of all the rec centers. I would assume as much. That's all I have.
Yeah, Claire, I don't think we'd gotten that far, but is that
Yeah,
what you were thinking?
Yeah, so it will have to be the city parks approved, city planning approved. So it will be whatever that is, but yes, that will be the lawn sign. And the thing to keep in mind with the building and the entrances is we have 3 different entities that will be occupying the building, in addition to it being a rec center and the home of city archives, which will have some public face. There will also be some additional areas for community partners if they want to have suites in here. So we had to create an entrance that would work for everyone. So and this is the best one. It's right off the parking. There will be one other entrance that would be used for for city parks, but that's already an entrance and we won't be changing that in any way other than putting card key access.
That's all I had.
I was expecting that you were going to say that the elevator enclosure above the roof there was going to be the same color as the base, that kind of grayish color. And was a little surprised that you were making it the same color as the brick. I appreciate using a different material there. I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. But kind of question the, yeah, we'll try to match the brick color. Not the designer here, but I think the contrast might be an easier row to hoe.
Karen, it's interesting. I had thought about matching the brick as
I'm
well.
sorry.
That's the way I wanted to go. But when they showed one particular image of it with the base and the elevator and the materials on top of that, I could see exactly what you're saying. So that is something that we'll be looking at in terms of the color. That's something that can happen later on.
A follow-up to what Commissioner Loiston, I know the Look on product, you can actually also get it on different facets or different styles. Right now, a comment was made during preliminary review that it was too grid-like, which I do agree that even though we're not trying to match the existing building, we're trying to show what is a new installation. It does, I think it could probably be done slightly different or better. I think the idea of having a color that might coordinate better with the base, that will be differentiated. But I know that the Look on product in particular, you guys can get it also on a different facet.
Different modules,
What is that? Go ahead.
a different module than a
Yeah.
standard.
And I don't know if you guys just chose the grid just because that was the most simple standard, or if there was, you know, probably a way to improve it better, especially because the building has a very a horizontal linear look all throughout. And then you have this very rigid grid. So
Yeah, I think I could speak to that. I don't have a strong preference between what we have shown here, which is, you know, this sort of a, we'll call it a stack bond profile that which is honest to the materiality and the system that's used in the metal fastening, but there's certainly, you can offset them to get more of a something that looks more like a running bond or an ashlar pattern in the masonry that we see below. Is that what you're referring to?
yes, yeah, just
Okay.
some, because I think the materiality, you already know that it is not part of the building, that is a different alteration to it, but I think that will not be a sore issue. It would just be, you know, trying to complement in there.
Mhm.
And like I said, like I know I look upon, you can do different things, you know, and stuff for that. So that was just a recommendation.
What if we use the pattern of the limestone?
Hmm.
You can see the joint lines there on the drawing on the left.
Yeah,
It's a really good idea. I think I'd help it blend a bit.
well, if
Yeah.
nothing else, you could use the proportion of the stone and the larger, more horizontal pieces in the base, you know, might be a model for you. So that it's clearly a different material, but it might have some correlation to at least the proportions of some parts of the building.
Sure. To that extent, another question on the treatment of it and relationship with the stone. as metal panel turns the corner, it's not shown, and they've conveniently, this is from the Luca Bonds maker. They don't show how it turns the corner. They do have custom pieces, which are full corner pieces, which make it look like it's a solid block. But I don't know whether that would be appropriate here, or if we should leave it as more of a butt joint condition to say this is definitely aluminum.
I think the butt joint will be fine. Just the proportion, the horizontal proportions change, and having the butt, I don't think that, because then it will read like a volume, which I think it's fine.
Sorry, you were gonna say something else, Chair?
No, I was gonna say that that's my only concern. I think the rest of the presentation and the scope, it's fine.
So then I have one more question, and then I'll think I collect everybody's thoughts and make a motion.
Mhm.
Are you just keeping all that existing, school rooftop site lighting? They always have those big old sodium lights that like hang over the steps and the front entrances, et cetera, and so forth.
We will be replacing all of the lighting. It will be all LED lighting now. We will have some building mounted lighting, and there will be, I believe, a couple of standards along the fence line of the parking lot.
From the building mounted from the roof, like they are presently, like here in this picture, you can see them at the corner there, and then some in the middle there on the back of the school and main school building.
Yeah, I believe since this presentation was made, we're gathering everything for the zoning presentation, and I think we did go through a site lighting analysis to include however many fixtures we needed. I'll take a look back at that. I don't know if we needed to add any more than what is shown currently and just replacement.
Okay. If we could just make sure that, I think I'm fine if you can just pass that along to the staff whenever you get that together. And with that, it seems like the only other, oh, sorry, Chair, I see you
No,
making
yeah,
a gesture.
Yeah, I was gonna say that before we may go into a motion, right now, I think the only item that we have expressed some different views is for that elevator item. Is that something that we would like to see back? Potentially
Did
just
we
that area, and then have an approval for the rest.
Did we express different views? I thought we were all cool with what you and Karen suggested, that it would mirror the limestone pattern and in the kind of form of the shapes.
Okay, then just wanted to make sure, because I wasn't sure that we're going to explore other things, but if that's the case, then.
Oh yeah, I had no objection to it. I don't know if Matt or Richard, if you felt differently.
No, I mean, the only thing that I wanted to contribute was just to say thank you. This is a really wonderful resource. It's really important to the community in which it sits, and the city has done an amazing job working in partnership to ensure that it's being treated in a really sensitive way to its history and to the aesthetics. And I know it's a major project, and wanted to just say thank you for being good stewards of our history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Claire. It's a great project. I remember the early days of it. And with that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the application for the former Thaddeus Stevens School located at 822 Crucible Street, with the caveat that the elevator tower hoistway resemble the joint pattern of the lower granite wall of the foundation of the school in color and pattern.
I second.
I'm sorry, did we talk about the granite or the brick?
The granite at the bottom.
Okay.
In reality, it's limestone.
Limestone.
Okay.
Substitute whatever word I said for limestone.
Okay, then for the vote, Commissioner Abrams. Do we still have Commissioner Abrams? I don't see Commissioner Abrams. Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
Commissioner Abrams.
Aye, sorry, I'm back.
That's okay. And Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward. Thank you and good luck.
Thank
you
you.
all.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Next item on the agenda, we have item number 5, Manchester Historic District, 1431 West North Avenue, installation of rooftop solar panels. And do we have the applicant ready for us? And if you are ready, please state your name and address for the record before we get started.
I don't see Ron Morales in the room here, so if the applicant is here, if they could raise their hand or press *9 if you're on the phone. I'm not seeing anyone.
Just give it 1 minute. We are looking for an applicant or representative for item number 5 in the agenda. Manchester Historic District, 1431 West North Avenue. Anthony Cafardi owner, Ron Morales Palmetto Solar LLC applicant. Installation of rooftop solar panels. Going once, going twice. Will commissioners be okay if in the interest of time we move forward and if we have the applicant to receive them at that time?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go to item number, let's call for item number 5 in the agenda. Item number 5 in the agenda, Manchester Historic District, 1431 West North Avenue. No? Okay. Item number 6 in the agenda, Mexican Water Street, Historic District Expansion, 1215 Arch Street, replacement of rear deck with new cover porch. Do we have the applicant ready for us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can state your name and address for the record, Mr. Francona, and then you may begin.
John Francona, 1234 Resaca Place, Pittsburgh, 15212.
Okay, you may begin.
Thanks. So this project is at 1215 Arch Street. The front of the house. Yeah, go back to the site plan, please. There you go. So the front of the house is on Arch Street. It's a 3-story mansard roof building on the front. The area that we're working at is in the rear. We want to do a new covered porch and steps toward the rear. There's no garage, so the lot is open to Vito Street in the back. There's some existing paving. There's some raised planting beds and things back there as well. Next slide. This shows the Vito Street. The arrow is pointing toward the property, but there's a house that house is not ours. We're right in front of that facade that you're looking at there on the right hand side. Next slide. This is a head-on shot looking straight at the back of the house. You can see a discoloration in the brick, and there was a porch there back in 1978. It was taken down and a deck was built at that time. And I believe the next slide shows the drawing from when the porch was taken down. So it was a porch with a standing seam roof, a couple of posts, and at the time they cleaned up a little bit at the back of the house as well. Next slide. This is an aerial view of what we plan to do. We want to pretty much replace the porch exactly as it was, or as close to what it was, as we can tell. So it'll have a standing seam roof and some steps leading down into the paved area. Next slide. So this is what we want the porch to look like. See, it looks pretty much like it did in that photograph from the 1978 drawing. There are some simple posts holding up the porch along the outer edge. There's some steps leading down to the yard. The existing door and transom on the right-hand side, we're going to keep and clean up. On the left-hand side, there is an existing glass block window that we may not do it in this project, but eventually we're going to replace that with a wood double hung window, which was probably what was there originally. There'll be some pickets along the front and a railing, and some lattice work below to provide some ventilation underneath the porch, and a standing seam roof. Okay, next slide, please. This is what it looks like from the side. We'll up in the gable end, we'll do some hardy board planks on that side. So what we're trying to do is all the materials except for the structure are going to be composite materials. So we're going to use hardy board. We use AZEK for the soffit and fascia. The posts are a composite structural material that are off the shelf. All the spindles are off the shelf composite material, as well as the railing and the lattice and even the porch flooring. Next slide, please. No, so this just describes what I was just talking about. So the glass block window we replaced with a painted wood window. All the porch components will be painted composite materials. The standing seam, we'll use the standing seam metal roof. We'll add an aluminum gutter and downspout, and the existing wood door and transom to be restored. Next slide. Just what it would look like from Vito in a perspective. Next slide. This is the porch flooring material we're proposing. It's the Aeritus porch floor material, which is a composite material, and it looks almost identical to old existing porch flooring, and even the dimensions are very similar. Next slide. This is what the porch floor looks like in an installation, and the next slide shows the next slide shows the edge detail that we're proposing to use, which is the same Aeritus material, which shows on the next slide. Next slide. There you go. So there's the Aeritus banding material, and then the quarter round for around where the porch meets the brickwork. Next slide. This shows all the materials we're planning to use. So there's a composite structural porch posts, which are manufactured by American Porch. The 2.5-inch composite spindles. Those are the ones that we'd like to use. We want to use a Geldwin wood double hung window in that opening, and the 4.5-inch composite railing system, which is also manufactured by American Porch, and it fits on top of the composite spindles. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Francona, for your presentation. At this moment, I will welcome public testimony regarding this property, item number 6 in the agenda. (1215) Arch Street. There doesn't appear to be anyone. If that's the case, I would like to enter for the record correspondence that we received regarding this property from the local Mexican Water Streets LLRC, where they have expressed their support of the replacement of the rear deck with a new covered porch. They believe the design is an excellent fit for the neighborhood. So with that, I would like to move it to commissioners. For any comments or concerns.
I think the project looks great. Clearly fits within the neighborhood guidelines, and it's an excellent rehabilitation project.
I agree 100%. Like what I saw.
Agreed.
I can do a motion then.
I move that. Oh,
I motion that we approve the replacement of the rear deck with a new covered porch as presented for 1215 Arch Street.
second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. For the vote to commissioners, Commissioner Abrams.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison.
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward. Thank you very much as always, and good luck to your clients. Thank you.
Thanks all.
And compliments to the presentation as well. It's very
Thank you.
clear and well done. Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Moving forward with our agenda, and doing another courtesy call for item number 5, Manchester Historic District, 1431 West North Avenue. Do we have an applicant or representative for the project? This is for the installation of rooftop solar panels. There still seems to be no one, so I think at this point we're going to list it as absent and not call it back. So with that, I would like to move to item number 7 in our agenda. We are in Mexican War Street Historic District Expansion, 1323 Arch Street. Proposal for alterations to after the fact replacement of rear stairs. And do we have an applicant ready for us? Looking for applicant or speaker for item number 7 on the agenda, 1323 Arch Street. Joshua Jenks, owner and applicant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay.
State your name and address for the record, and then you may begin your presentation.
Sure thing. It's Joshua Jenks, 1323 Arch Street. I think so. My last contractor, I got burned again, so I think we're gonna, with a group of friends, we're gonna try and rebuild it and salvage what we can. And the idea is we'd like to use the Trek decks and the railings, and then paint the wood like a classic barn white, the oil barn white painting. And the reason why we want to use Trex because upstairs it's a duplex, so eventually I want to rent it out to someone, so they're a little bit more safer.
Is that the gist of your presentation?
Yeah, because I remember last time when we talked, half of the people said, you know, my house, they were wondering if it was historic, and then the other half was saying it was. So I don't know where that stands.
Okay, well, we're gonna continue with protocol, and then we're gonna come back.
Okay.
I will have some questions.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public testimony regarding this property? And this is item number 7 in the agenda, 1323 Arch Street. Doesn't appear that we have any public testimony. And there's also no correspondence received for it. So I'm moving this back to commissioners. And I'm going to start with my first question, and is I know there were drawings issued before by an architect, and what was installed is obviously not what was drawn.
Correct.
So right now, I think what you're expressing is you're trying to salvage what you can and bring it back to more or less what was provided by your architect. And could staff please move the presentation to that sheet? Thank you.
Because I tried to hire another contractor, and then he ended up, before I ended up giving him a deposit, he got a deposit from another lady, and then he relapsed and he's now in jail. So I don't know what's with contractors in Pittsburgh.
So
One of the things that has been striking me about this stair issue since we've been seeing it is that it seems as though no one envisions that the structure of the stair is part of its aesthetic. And so the structure looks very, very different than what it should be for an historic district stair. And I'm not sure if modifying that is part of what you're planning to revise. Maybe
Well, the original staircase was just a wooden staircase and it was falling apart. And it wasn't safe at all. So whatever was originally there was replaced before I bought the house with that wooden staircase that was falling apart.
But so the image we're looking at now, though, is new structure, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And everything about this is new.
Yes.
Well, I guess my comment still stands. It's almost built as though you're supposed to ignore the aesthetic of the structure, which is a little bit hard to do. I mean, it's not separate.
I mean, what is the aesthetic for siding? You know what I mean? That's pretty modern.
I wonder if I could interrupt, the staff could, like, I'm not sure what we're supposed to do. It's just the same thing that it was last time, right? I mean, there's no new plans, drawings, or details that I can identify.
Commissioners, these are the new drawings, as far as I can tell. And these are what the owner wants to modify the existing stairs to be.
Yeah. So I'm looking at just if I'm looking at the, I'm looking at the finishings and such are in these drawings, like, not that different, unless I'm reading them wrong.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry, I was just saying, it looks like the finishings are nearly the same, except maybe taking off the things like on the side of the stairs themselves. If I'm looking at the drawings right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my goal, is to take those off. I don't know why I put those on. What I'd really like is to use that nice, classic barn white paint.
Okay, so from our perspective, what we're looking at is just essentially removing the darker gray slattings off the sides, right? That's the only difference, if I'm looking right.
Yeah, that's what I'd love to do. I don't know why I did that.
And the supports underneath are different than what is existing.
Correct.
So, I mean, these drawings have been stamped, I believe. So.
Yeah, I mean, a little different, but not, dramatically.
I would say dramatically.
Yeah, that if that's how it was drawn, an inspector will expect to see the same
Mhm.
time of bracing, unless you already had an inspector to.
No, I had the architect come out and inspect the guy who drew him, and he was furious that the contractor did what he did. So that's what I mean. And I tried hiring another contractor, and I even tried talking to the city to see, because I'm going to court for the whole permit thing, because he told me I didn't need permits. So
So you all are approving or not approving these drawings today? That's what's before you today?
Correct.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, so regardless of what we're looking at the photos right now, what is on the photo is trying to be brought back to what the drawings are. So I'm just trying to clarify what we are reviewing. I was able to find some historic photos of the previous stair, and this will be an improvement on what was there before. I could share my screen, but it's literally just a run of stairs with no landings and pretty much raw wood on it. I believe that if what is existing right now is brought back to the approved stamp drawings presented to us, I don't think I will have any issues personally.
And are we saying that the supports that we see now with the X bracing in the drawing would also be a painted part of this composition?
yeah, I would like to paint all the wood, plus it would seal it and protect it for the longevity of the wood. And I think the white would look nice with everything, especially with the beige.
Painted to match what you have painted white. That I think that will be fine as well too.
Can you go back to the photograph for a minute? Yeah.
Yeah, plus it'll tie into the pillars. The front steps are white, the doors are white,
I
And then-
actually think that the gray is a little bit less conspicuous. The white kind of pops out a lot. And I'm not sure if that's in your favor or not, to be honest. I think it would be a lot of white if everything in this image was white. We're not looking at the entire image of the back of the house. I don't think we have one available, but that would be my there. Yeah, there. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do have a question. I'm not sure, Karen, if you're waiting for a response.
I'm not sure. It might just be my eye that it would be a lot of white, and really pop the stair out when I'm not sure you're wanting the stair to be a visual feature. I think it would make it so if you paint it all white, but that might just be my eye.
Well, I was going to use that classic barn paint, that oil paint, and it only comes in either white or black. So instead of staining it, because if you stain it, then it's gonna be a completely different color palette than what you already have on the building that's already there established.
Yeah. Agreed.
And then I also have a question. I was going to have quotes on my awnings done because they're getting rusty and falling off. Is that something I have to get approved by the Historic Society as well.
Sir, we can approve that over the counter, so you will need to get a record.
Okay.
An application form, but you wouldn't need to come to a hearing for that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, he's gonna come next week to give me some quotes.
I have a question. Could you go back to the photograph? I'm not sure if I can, I'm not reading the drawings correctly. Will the steps have a back to them?
What is that called? A fascia?
I have no idea what it's called, but I'm just
A
looking at.
riser. It would be a riser.
A riser?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about putting a riser on it because I was just for slipping or
Yeah, for
safety concerns.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking, the tripping hazard.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted, yeah. So obviously the contractor didn't do a lot of the things I asked.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So with that, do we have any other concerns or questions on commissioners? If not, I think we have a motion. Commissioner Falcone, Commissioner Snipe. If folks are not ready, then that's okay too. I'm just trying to understand where we are.
I just need clarity exactly what it is that we're going to allow. That's where my confusion comes in, Ed. I know we talked about the bracing that needs to be changed. We talked about the material that he has on the side that's to be taken away. He's going to change the color of that. We talked about the steps wouldn't be opened. He would enclose them with the kickboard. Were there other concerns that we wanted to address? So when he brings it back here, it's so that it gets built the correct way.
I'm going to make one comment about having risers here in the stair. And that is that in some ways, having open riser stairs on this particular exterior stair might actually be better because it would ensure that when it rains, it always washes off the stair, or when it snows, it's easier to get it off. And I'm not sure whether the tripping hazard is necessarily a thing with an open riser stair. I mean, you do see a lot of open riser stairs. You know, if
My question would be to that, then if, say I do have a tenant up there and they trip and they do get injured, who's going to be held liable for that? Me or the Historic Society for telling them what to do?
Well, we would not be liable for it, but I don't think in this particular instance, there is a code requirement for a closed riser stair. Unfortunately, Dave isn't here, Commissioner Green isn't here to corroborate that, but I believe you would be acceptable code-wise to have open riser. So that is kind of yeah, I'm not sure exactly how to put it, but in some ways, I think open riser might actually be better for you.
So right now we're just talking about an opinion, correct?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think that's
my main thing is I don't want to I want it to be the right way. And then I just don't want an opinion to affect safety.
Well, it wouldn't be the opinion, it would be what the code says.
Okay.
And the other thing which you might consider would be whether your riser is something that's open in nature, like a grill work or something, which allows air and water to pass through it. So you might be able to kill two birds with one solution.
Trying to pause here for a minute. Right now we're looking at sign and seal stamp drawings from a licensed professional.
Right.
So I think from that point of view, if the applicant wants to have a riser or not, that's something to consult with them, since right now, if we are approving the drawings, and the issue has been brought about having a panel in there, he can consult with their architect. I think from our end, I don't know that we can discuss too much. I guess I'm just not, there are the stamp drawings, and this is not something really quite to our purview.
That's a very good point, I think.
I understand the functionality that is being observed, but ultimately, that's, as we know, if these are the approved drawings, that's what the inspector will look for. And that's an item that the applicant wants to add, that they can review with their architect, and then have that presented to complete their application.
Yeah, with that in mind, is just on these stamp drawings, where are we at with them? You know, I think that's the foundational question of it all.
Right.
And personally, as a stamp drawings, I do not have an issue. And I also do not have any issue with all the finished wood to be painted to match the other white items already in style. That is right now my my comfort level.
I just have a question for the applicant. Were these the drawings that were used when you had it initially built?
Yeah, so that's so apparently the contractor is an abstract artist.
Okay, so for just follow my train of thought here for a second. Okay, this isn't to criticize you. This is to help you get it done right. You have to be sure that you're going to get someone that's going to follow these drawings to the letter and deliver that product, or otherwise you're going to have the same problem. So you mentioned about getting some friends or something. Again, you got to get someone who can pull the permit, follow the drawings to the letter. Otherwise, you're going to have the same problem all over again. I don't want to see you waste money. So it's going to be incumbent upon you to get someone who can do that. You do that, your problems are solved.
All right.
And if I may add to that, he could have other friends work on it, you know, as long as the work is being observed, or have guidance, I think, from their architect. So just wanted to bring that up. So I think with that, I think we have, are we at a better comfort level to have a motion put forward?
Yes.
Okay. When I go ahead, Mr. Snipe.
I propose that we approve the, bear with me, get back to the address here. That we approve the alterations for 1323 Art Street as outlined in the architectural drawings that were presented to us today, for that work to be completed according to the drawings.
Second.
Okay, for the vote, Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison.
Abstain.
Okay, and Commissioner Snipe
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward.
Thank you.
Thank you to the applicant, and good luck finishing your project. Next item on the agenda, we are on item number 8, Penn Liberty Historic District, 804 Penn Avenue. Restoration of front facade and alterations to rear elevation and rooftop. We're looking for the applicant or presenter, Philip A. Green, Tallahassee LLC owner, or Samuel Kriegler, Third Ward Architecture applicant. Do we have them or someone ready to speak?
Hello, this is Sam Kriegler from Third Ward Architecture. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please finish stating your name and address for the record, and
Okay.
you may begin when you're ready.
All right, thank you. My name's Sam Kriegler. I am the architect representing Tallahassee LLC, the building owner. My address is 515 Throp Street in Pittsburgh, PA, 15212.
You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So this is the historic Sauer building located at 804 Penn Ave in the Penn Liberty Historic District in downtown Pittsburgh. And the project that we're undertaking is a complete change of use and a renovation of the interior to become 12 apartments and a commercial tenant space on the first floor with small private roof decks for the top floor tenants on the roof. And that's all I've got for this side. Slide, if you could continue. These are the photos of the existing conditions. The building is a 7-story terracotta clad structure with metal windows on the 2nd through 7th floors. The hung windows and the metal windows that you see in the left image, we're planning to just replace glazing on. The terracotta facade, we're planning on doing a complete cleaning and rehab to patch any spalls. All of the work that will be undertaking will be done per the National Park Service standard of rehabilitation. We will be applying for tax credits for the project through the NPS. We are approved our Part 1, so the building is now listed to the National Register. So all of the information that you're seeing here, we will be submitting to the SHPO and to the NPS for the review, and we're hoping to do that sometime shortly after this hearing so that we can incorporate any comments into our submissions. The rear facade, the right image, is in significantly worse shape than the front facade. The front facade is actually in relatively good condition. The rear facade, the masonry on the right-hand side is in a state of disrepair. And we will be doing a bit of brick replacement to take this spalling and deteriorating brick out and replace it to match the existing brick that's there. Also on the rear, there are several vinyl windows. We are planning to replace those with aluminum hung windows. The lintels above almost all of the windows need to be repaired. So we'll need to take the windows out in order to repair the lintels, and then we'll go back in with new aluminum hung windows in all of those double hung locations that you're seeing. The glass block, we also are planning on we're planning on removing the glass block infill and replacing with replica windows, also aluminum. There will be 2 different types of windows here. Those are later on in the presentation. I have details of them. But the 2 types of the 2 types of replacement windows would be an aluminum hung window and then a steel factory style replica. Both of those in aluminum and color to match as closely as the existing sort of dark color that you see above. If you continue to the next slide. Okay, a little bit of a zoom in of 2 different areas. The entry vestibule at the Penn Ave facade. We are planning on making several modifications to the entry vestibule, and then the rear egress and commercial tenant loading. We're making some changes to this, which will be incorporated in our brick rehab. In this photo, you can kind of see there's a yellow patina or a yellow brick on the right side and a red brick on the left, and it changes as you come down. We understand that this is because of actually an explosion that occurred in the building. The explosion was the result of fire. There was a film exchange located in the building. The building was at one point called the Film Exchange, and the alley is called the Exchange Way. So we think that that might have something to do with that. So it seems like the replacement brick from when they rehabbed that rear facade from the explosion is what is deteriorating. So we're going to need to replace quite a deal of that. In that replacement, we'll be modifying the loading dock door to be down at grade so that it can be used for egress as well. It'll be a double door, and we'll be adding an egress door on the far right bay, where you can see there's a high lintel almost at the same elevation as the garage door. We'll be bringing that down to grade for an exit door. That's the greatest bit of change that we're going to be doing to the building. At the entry vestibule, I mentioned before, we'll be doing a little bit of a change. The idea there is to modify the entry gate so that we can get accessible hardware onto it. And we may want to move it in slightly. Currently on the plans, I think I'm showing it's relocated in about 3 feet so that we can have the door swing out. And then the other change in the entry vestibule is in the background of this image, you see a storefront door. That wall that the door is hosted in is only about 4 feet off of the back of the sort of display case storefront window areas, which doesn't give us enough clearance for egress doors to swing out. So we'd like to relocate that wall about 1 foot into the building. And that's shown way at the end of the presentation. I've got a little bit more to go through here. And then up on the rooftop, we have 2 existing elevator penthouses, which we're proposing demolishing the penthouses. They're in really rough condition, and we just received our facade restoration drawings for 90% completion on the CDs so that we can start working on that stuff. And in particular, the rooftop rear penthouse is in really, really bad repair, or it's in a really terrible state of disrepair. The front penthouse is also nothing to write home about, and we'd like to take that down as well and do this all at once so that we can utilize the roof for mechanical space, deck, and have new elevator and new stair centrally located in the building. If you could move to the next slide, please. Here are some images that show the context, the historic context of the building, original photos of the building. It was constructed sometime around 1910. The architect was Frederick C. Sauer. He was a mason by trade. The building is extraordinarily beautiful, and we don't want to do anything to take away or detract from the beauty of the building. That's the reason why we're working on it. If you can go to the next slide. Here's just a plan of the first floor, ground floor, central elevator and stair core, a single egress corridor that will take you to Penn Ave and Exchange Way. This is just an overview of what we're proposing for the inside. On the left, you can see a slight, you can see the vestibule area. There will be an enlarged view of that on a later slide. If you could continue, please. This is what we're proposing for floors 2 through 7. It's 2 apartments, a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom apartment. Again, you can see the centrally located elevator and stair core, which we're locating as far away from Penn Ave as we can to make the top of that as inconspicuous as possible. Continue to the next slide, please. This is the rooftop showing sort of the zones that we've designated for mechanical equipment. Our MEP team is working on the project. Currently, we don't have exact cut sheets on the equipment. That will be forthcoming, and we'll have that prior to submitting for our part 2. And we plan to provide that to HRC for review as well. If you go to the next slide. This is the existing and proposed elevations showing relatively little changing on the front facade. All of the masonry rehab and cleaning will be done again to the Park Service standard. And you can see the new storefront door that we're showing beyond the entry gate that would just be slightly reconfigured. You can go to the next slide, please. Here's the rear, a little bit more going on here. There are 4 steel replica, factory style replica windows, and it looks like we've got about 6 of those hung windows, all going into existing locations for the most part. Down at the lower level, you can see the new garage door down at grade, and then the new hollow metal egress door on the right-hand side. And we have details of those all the way at the end of the presentation. You could continue. This is included just to show what's going on in the basement. I don't think that this impacts what we're talking about, but showing all of the new systems are going to be packed into the basement for all of our life safety. If you could continue. Here is our sightline diagram showing that we've located everything such that it won't be visible from the street. The parapet is roughly 4.5 feet tall. And from grade, as long as you're about 10 feet back from that parapet, you can go quite high. We're locating this, the new stair and elevator penthouse approximately 60 feet back from that front wall, so it won't be visible from the street. Okay, continue, please. Here is the detail on the entry vestibule showing the new walls, the new configuration for accessibility, shifting that wall back about a foot, leaving all of the storefront in place. There's one door into the storefront box plan north that we're going to bring down to grade. We're going to remove the elevated floor box floor so that can be used either for mailboxes or for a mini fire command room. And then the storefront on the south, no changes to the glass there, but we will be removing the floor on the inside so that that can become occupiable space. The elevation drawing number 2 on the sheet just shows you the 2 doors as they'd sit. They're mostly, the door on the left is pretty invisible from the street because of the solid wall of the back display case. And the door on the right will look almost exactly the same as the existing door. It will just swing in a flipped, it will flip the door so that it swings in a way that allows for hopefully anybody to use the door. And I have a little detail of the aluminum door on the bottom right, and an image just to show you what that kind of, it'll be a Tubalite aluminum door will look like. The white fiber cement panel example photo, that is actually from my Park Service documentation. That's the material that we're planning to utilize for the rooftop, but we're also going to be cladding that back wall in the same kind of material. So rather the new wall to host these doors. The existing wall is finished with the existing wall is finished with plaster, and the fiber cement will look almost exactly the same once it's painted. Okay, could you continue, please? These are the details on the windows, showing a historic replica for the steel factory style window. And if you go to the next image, that would be the hung window. And if you continue to the next slide, the new garage door and hollow metal door at the rear facade. And I believe that's everything I have.
Thank you for your presentation. Before we move to questions, I would like to welcome public testimony at this time for item number 8 in the agenda, 804 Penn Avenue in the Penn Liberty Historic District. Public testimony? There seems to be none. And I would like to enter for the record from our correspondence a copy that we received from the development activities meeting report that was held for the project. I think so. With that, we can move it back to commissioners.
It was an incredibly thorough presentation. Well done. And it was very easy to see all of the changes you were making for this project. I have one incredibly myopic question. So on the front of the building, on the side, there's 2 cartouches where I think one had the architect's name on it, Sauer, and then the other had a business on it. And so you know exactly what I'm talking about. And they've been, looks like effaced. Maybe someone like took off the lettering. So is there any intent when you go to do a rehab that you'll like reestablish that, or are you thinking about how you'll treat that since it's damaged?
Well, first, thank you for your praise for the presentation. And yes, we want to do something with that. We're working with the facade consultant to decide exactly what would be best. We are between 2 options. The FC Sauer plaque there, all of the terracotta lettering was knocked off, just to give everybody a view of what happened to that. This happened several years ago, and it's really, really sad. So we're between trying to replicate those letters exactly as they previously were. However, we don't have good documentation of what it looked like previously. And the second option is to do basically a standoff mounted lettering in the same location so that we're not messing up what was there because we don't have good enough evidence, but putting something there that would still honor the architect. So I'm happy to provide that information when we make a decision on what we're doing.
No, that's great. It's absolutely wonderful that it's on your radar and it's taken care of.
It absolutely is.
I think that there's a picture of what it originally looked like that we might be able to dredge up. If we can find that, I'll share it with staff to move on to you. But no, this project looks great. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Just to add to Matt's thing real quick, if we could just report that back to staff, because I would like to see whatever decision is made with that, and we can share the picture and vice versa. I don't think we need to see the project again, but I would just like to see how that's treated in the final.
Well, I think there's still some items that might still need to come back. Correct?
Yeah, so there are several things that we're going to be bringing to staff. One is we want to give all the specifications and the documentation on the facade rehab as they become available. We have a 90% set now, but we want to go ahead and meet with our masons and sort of make sure that everything is on there that we want and everything that we have on there we need. And then some amount of lighting. Those are the two items that I think that are a little bit up for interpretation. So we met with the PDP at development activities meeting. And as a result of that meeting, we ended up going to we ended up speaking to the Cultural Trust about additional lighting specifically at the alley. So that lighting component is certainly in flux. We may be doing some additional lighting coming down to illuminate the alley a little bit better than it currently is. And the facade, we are planning a little bit of lighting. And we may be utilizing similar fixtures. So we're going to bring that entire lighting package back for review.
One thing that's always on my radar is the replacement of historic doors and storefront with modern aluminum 2-inch face and wide style doors. And I think that there are more historically appropriate kinds of systems. And I would strongly urge that you look into that instead of going to the grocery store vocabulary. I think it would be much kinder to your building if you pursue that.
I agree with your comment in that we want to differentiate. The proposed door has larger stiles and rails to give it more of the look of a wood door. But we could certainly consider other options for that as well. Are you specifically looking at or suggesting like a wood replacement or?
No, it can be aluminum, but I think you need to look at systems that are maybe a little more compatible with the proportions of historic storefronts. Nothing against Tubular, but their standards are not really compatible with historic buildings.
I found that the wide style doors are more appropriate just because they end up with a larger frame surrounding the glazing, which would be more appropriate. I'm not sure if you agree with that, but we can certainly look at other options for the door.
Yeah, I think in part it's the framing system too. I mean, it's kind of the whole package. If you, and you're going to have a lot of aluminum storefront with the new 2-door system that you're proposing. So I think you need to look at that pretty carefully because it might not look that prominent in your drawing and it is set kind of far back from the sidewalk, but I think you're doing so many other things that are really in the good nature of the historic building that it'd be good to follow through with that in a little bit more detail.
Karen, would you be fine approving everything else and asking the door to come back in their next cycle?
Sure. I mean, there's just a couple things, I guess, that we need to look at, but yeah, I'd like to look at the door again. I mean, so much, like I say, so much about this is I think really being done super well. So it's just that last detail.
So then maybe we can agree that we support the direction that this is taken, and so they can move forward. Obviously, you know, as he mentioned, they're going to their 90% package or moving forward from it. So obviously we wanted to see the next iteration, especially since we know things change at the last minute and stuff like that. So I think that's a way that we can move forward, especially if there's no major concerns from other commissioners.
Yeah. Could I add one more thing, just as a matter, this is about the project, but just as a matter of full disclosure, I got included on the original email that reached out to the Cultural Trust about the working on the alley lighting. Another person in the organization is the one who met with them, but just as a matter of disclosure's sake that I wasn't included on that. Like I said, I didn't talk to them, so if you feel like I need to abstain, I'm happy to do it, but just wanted to disclose that to the commission.
I think it will probably be good just to abstain and not have you do the motion. But definitely your opinion, I think, is welcome, since in that case, other commissioners. Commissioner Loison, would you like to make a motion?
I'll give it a whirl. Let's see, our address here is
804 Penn Avenue.
804 Penn Avenue. I'll make a motion that the project at 804 Penn Avenue be approved as submitted, with two caveats. One is that some of the masonry detailing or specifications be reviewed by staff, and that the new entry storefronts be reviewed again by commission at a later date.
I second.
Thank you. For the vote, Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Abstain as mentioned.
Commissioner Loison,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Motion moves forward. Thank you and good luck. Keep us posted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item in our agenda, item number 9, Shenley Farms Historic District, 232 Lighton Avenue, replacement of wooden front door with fiberglass door. Stephen and Evelyn Rice owners, Stephen Rice, and I am sorry if I'm butchering your last name, applicant. Do we have one or both ready for us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm
Thanks.
sorry, I butchered your last name.
Steve Reese. It's
Reese, okay.
Steve Reese. My wife and I live at 232 Lytton Ave, Pittsburgh 15213. We moved to Shenley Farms about 2 years ago. We love the neighborhood. We really love living in Oakland. The house is on the left, the screen on the left. The problem we're trying to solve is our front door, where in the summertime, in the hot weather, it's extremely difficult to open. And obviously in the cold weather, it shrinks and there's a gap, but the problem is really in the summertime trying to open it. So, you know, we would like to replace it with a door that doesn't expand and contract. So we looked around and found the fiberglass door that really looks like wood, so that it would look like wood from the street. So this picture is, you know, is front on of the house. You see, we have a storm door that's also a screen door. And the next picture, please.
We can advance. It's just a closer look. Next one, please. So this is what the door opened. This is what it looks like right now. Next one, please. So this is what we found. I have a close-up of what it looks like. Obviously, the brown is facing on the outside. It's wood grain, but it's not wood. It's fiberglass. And the next one, please. So it would be the dark color. We found a color that matches it. This is just to show you the wood grain look of it. And the next one, please. And we would get the door on the right. So just show that the core actually looks like wood. And I think those are all the only pictures I have. So we hope that you consider this. We're really, it's really a functional issue for us, but we really want to preserve the wood look from the street. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Reed. I would like to welcome at this moment public testimony regarding this property. And we are currently at item number 9, Shenley Farms 232 Lighton Avenue. Doesn't seem to be there any public testimony. Moving forward, I would like to enter for the record that the applicant, that we receive a copy of the development activities meeting report, where the applicant held the meeting as required, which was distributed to staff. So I think with that, we can move forward this conversation for commissioners.
Is that the original door?
From the original house? I don't know. It's not. I don't know.
Are there other doors in your neighborhood that are original that you might use as a model?
I honestly don't know. We've been here 2 years. I really haven't gone around to all of the neighbors. Sorry.
I can appreciate the problem that you're having with the change of the seasons. I can only imagine the frustration that you go through trying to open up the door.
I think that is because of the way this door is made. I'm just curious about that. It doesn't look like a normal door construction to me. So I'm not sure if the question is the material or the way this particular door is made. But it might be worth taking a look around to see what other houses like yours have. And the other thing I would say about whether ultimately a synthetic finished door is your choice. Usually with siding, where the manufacturer puts a wood grain into the pressed material, it looks like if somebody brought you a door that had that texture in it, you would say, why didn't you sand it? Or if they brought you siding like that, you'd say, why didn't you sand it? It looks like it's almost not wood. It looks like it's trying too hard to be wood and it's fake. Like the door on the right isn't as bad as the one on the left. I don't know if it's just because of the picture, but the one on the left to me looks seriously fake.
I think the one on the right is the model that we're buying. This is, I think it's 2 models, 2 stains. But the one on the right, I understand what you're saying. My concern is, let's say we found another wooden door. My concern is investing in that and finding out we have the same problem in the summertime, to be honest with you.
before we get kind of too far into the weeds here, can we back up a little bit to the picture of the house with the door as well? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a Tudor Revival house, and that door is absolutely stylistically appropriate for Tudor Revival. I would be really surprised if that wasn't an original door, especially considering that it has glass leading too, which is another typical Tudor Revival characteristic. I think before we look at replacement options for the door, I would want to see that we've kind of exhausted looking at repair options, or to see if there's another approach for it. I would really caution moving forward with a full scale replacement at this time.
I would just toss in that I don't think I'm like even necessarily at a place where I'm fully against, some sort of alternative, but kind of to Matt's point, I was just clicking around on Google Maps, like 244 has like a similar lattice structure type door. I would just want something that's, for the applicant to try to do something that a little more closely resembles this style of door, which seems to be pretty unique to this house and a couple others. As I was just clicking around on Google up and down the street. So I just think, at least for me particularly, just that's sort of recommended, off the rack Home Depot style with the half moon window. I just don't think it's appropriate for this house. Particularly, you have this nice little like cross pattern in the window and everything. Like that's kind of the defining doors of Tudors, as Matt said.
Yeah, I'm in yeah, this door does look to be original to the home. So I think, well, I understand the concern. Before we throw the baby out with the water, with bath water or something like that, as the saying goes. If it will be okay for have the applicant take a closer look and make sure that the right decision is being made. And also, if it's something that cannot be resolved within the existing door or fabrication, maybe try to see if there's another alternative material door that will be more appropriate. Because I think the two options, well, the darker door, it just, I'm not sold on it just yet as a solution personally.
So I think just for the applicant to follow up in the chair, our kind of two thoughts to give you, just to make sure you understand, is that we'd like you to explore their salvaging of this door fully exhaustively. And if you can't, we'd look for something that a little bit more closely resembles the present in the style of the homes in this neighborhood. First for the fellow committee members, did that kind of cover what we were thoughts at? And then to the applicant, do you understand where we're coming from?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. We tried the repair options. The repair option works in the wintertime, doesn't work in the summertime. So, I don't think that's it. We looked all around to try to match that. I don't know what you call it, slats. And we couldn't find anything, and I'm really reluctant. Actually, we don't want to purchase another wooden door and risk having the same problem. So, yeah, I appreciate where you're coming from. I think we'll just leave it as is then and just go through the garage essentially.
I would like to maybe get staff input on this in regards to I don't recall that we have issues like this with doors, wooden doors not functioning, and there's been ways that we know other applicants have successfully been able to find ways to refurbish them or to make them work.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple different options. I don't know what the interior situation is in the house. It suggests to me that there's a humidity issue, and that the door is a symptom of that humidity issue. I can tell you there are companies within the city that can create a replica door that looks exactly like this one. You could salvage even the window out of it. And they can make a new door for this house. I haven't seen anything online like a pre-made door that would necessarily replace this stylistically. So, I mean, sir, we can help you try and do a little bit more research. I know you've done a lot of work on this, and this is probably like your wits end with this. And I understand that, but what we can do is we can figure out what you've done, look at what you've done, see if there are any other things we can do, and then present that to the commission. Maybe the commission has the ability to table an application for a month to pull some more things together. If you'd be willing to do that, I'm sure they would appreciate it. Hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn when I say such things, but I'm willing to help you any way I can to pull some things together.
I appreciate that.
Sure. Before they say it's okay to get rid of original materials, they want to know that every stone has been unturned. So we can figure out a way to present that to them because you've done that already. So, okay.
I appreciate that.
Sure. We're here to help. So,
and just to bring up, thank you, Quinn, and that's a great point. If there's other humidity issues that might be having, that could be potential issues for other items, with your entry properties. So that might be good to explore as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We have I think they're called humidistats around the house. I don't think it's an internal humidity, and in the summertime we keep the screen in there. So, we get as much air circulating between the storm door and the door itself. So I think we've kind of exhausted that issue.
Okay.
Thought about that. Yeah.
Well, then, I think, I believe we would like to table, if that's okay, just to explore and make sure that the right decision has been made.
Okay.
Sure. I table the application for 232 Lighton Avenue for 30 days.
I'll second.
Thank you. Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loyson,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Item is tabled for 30 days. Thank you so much in advance for doing this due diligence to the applicant.
Well, thank you for your thoughtfulness. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, item number 10. We are on Shenley Farms Historic District, still 252 Parkman Avenue. Facade alterations and construction of an addition. This is returning to us. Do we have the applicant ready for us? And if so, state your name and address for the record.
I am trying, there, she should be promoted now.
Do we have the applicant ready? Ms. Gray? It seems that you're muted if you're trying to say something.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Is there anything, I have mute on the left and start video on the left. Should I do start video? Is that on your end?
We have the video finding here, the staff will leave the presentation, so you can state your name and address for the record, and then you can direct to go over the pages.
Okay, my name is Cassie Gray. My business is Bottega Drafting and Design. And this home is the Singh project. Oh, you said an address, 507 West 3rd Avenue, Derry, Pennsylvania, 15627. And this is the addition for the Singh family home in this Shenley Farms district. And I was thinking that the best foot forward, instead of going through the entire presentation, go over the areas of that was brought up from the last meeting. Is that the preferred way? Okay, so the first page, I guess, I'd like to address the concerns that Karen had brought up before about the front with the landscaping. And there was a list of plants that was sent to me by the homeowners of the types of plants that are right on those planter areas on the front, right in the front of the house. And there were in the presentation, trying to find. Okay, they are here on pages 17 and 18. The street is sloped, so it's very difficult to take a photograph that doesn't look odd. It's sloped. Page 7, yeah, right there. Those two pages, 17 and 18, the one before it, show a photograph of the house in from across the street. And those plants right there were I was given a list of those plants and their growth height and the types of plants that they were. And I put those in a site plan, an additional site plan that I gave to Sharon, and she was supposed to give that to you. It is not on my PowerPoint presentation, so I don't know where she put that. But it has a legend of plants that is showing, and some information about the plants that based on what I was able to find. And it looks just like the site plan on page 20, but it has the legend that goes to it. So that was, Sharon said that she was going to add that to the presentation. Did she do that? Because I can email it if you need it. It's like that one, which is blurred for that one right there. That one right there. So there are several trees that are going to have growth heights of anywhere from 20 to 40 feet, according to Mr. Singh. The plant heights that he was able to find, from what he could find, he thinks that the plant heights will actually be a good 10 to 20% higher in the potential growth of those. But they include mulberry trees that are flanking both sides, and those are already starting to flower right now. So you can tell that those I can verify that those are mulberry trees. I am not a landscape architect, so I don't have the knowledge of landscaping that they do. But there should be 3 mulberry trees, so 2 flanking both sides, and then 1 in the center in that rounded planter area that's sort of in the center of the driveway. And then there is a weeping flowering cherry tree. It's either a cherry tree or it's an almond tree, but they both have growth habits about the same. And then there is a honey locust tree and a lilac that are in the center. And then right at the street level are the Oriental arborvitaes, and they get to be about 5 to 8 feet if they're allowed to grow to full height. And then the other plants that I have showing there are just additional plants that could be put in, including some evergreens and some deciduous type plants, along with just your typical perennials for decoration, in order to obscure the house from the street. However, I do think that having the new addition with the portico there, that's almost in line with where the exit is. That's what the homeowners use as the exit. They usually go in at the far right, and then they exit out toward on the other part of that driveway. Having that almost centered is almost, I think that's going to be a nice view from the street. So I think that addresses the questions that she had as far as planting goes. So there is going to be right next to the houses a raised planter bed, because there is a bit of a slope right on the side of the house. On the right side is an existing driveway, and that height towards compared to what is right now the existing front entry right next to it, that height difference is about 14 inches. So it would
I'm sorry to interrupt. I feel like we can just get the overall of the landscaping, since I know that we have other items that are just as important for the review. And I wanted to check that with Commissioner Loyson if that's
No, that's fine. That was just the first thing that I remember that came up from the last meeting. That was a big importance. So I just wanted to make sure that
we have the information now.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, I think we can move on. if that's-
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So the other thing that came up with the presentation had to do with the elevations. And those are on pages 22, 23, and 24. We wanted to see it with more clarity what the elevations were going to look like with different materials. I hope that this will satisfy the board. I've actually met with Burns and Scalo that does a lot of roofs. I'm sure that you are familiar with them. I met with Architectural Clay Products to get some materials. I got samples from them, and Allegheny Millwork. So we are well on the way of being able to nail down what type of materials that the homeowner is able to afford. So on this presentation on page 24, it shows the luxury option. Now the homeowners would prefer to go with an iron, scrolled iron type of front entry door. But the entryway or the luxury options, which include trying to match the existing Spanish tile roof, which the Vice President of Burns and Scalo and I both agreed is really not historically accurate for that home. It would be cost prohibitive. That type of roof would cost about 5 times more than having the entire roof replaced.
If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you again. As a commission, we do not look at costs in terms of reviews. So I think if we just discuss them as options that you guys have looked at, and which option would you guys prefer, and then from there we can either go up or down or find a nice in between for guidance, if that's okay.
Okay, well, that's fine. I just wanted to explain why, even though the luxury option on page 24 is there on the presentation, it's not feasible in their budget. So it's really off the table. So the only options that we have on the one that they prefer is more of the mid-range, which is on page 23. And you could probably get to, that's the option that they would prefer. And they we've chosen the Da Vinci composite slate gray roof, and copper for the downspouts and the gutters, and painted columns, and will include James Hardy siding to replace the existing aluminum siding from the 50s that will have a richer color. And the brick, they would like, they're thinking about changing the brick out, because the brick is, they don't have to, but if they can, they have a different option for brick that they would like to choose, and that complements their starting point of what they really want with the facade of this house, and that is the stone at the base, which is the real stone gold estate that is showing there. And then, of course, we have the doors that are showing, and the portico. Basically, we're following the same inspiration as the portico that is showing there. I don't know what else to say other than from my research, even though this home does not have any particular architect associated with it, and it seems to, by all accounts, be have had renovations that have been done to it in the past that have not been complementary to the original historic, to try to bring it into the historic sensibilities of that neighborhood. The closest that we can come to is arts and crafts. It looks like that's where the house is attempting to go. So the roof, and that we're going to, we'll probably be making some adjustments when I'm able to talk to the structural engineer as far as what to do with that roof, to make sure that we don't have any flat roof scenarios. But we're staying with the same profile with the roof that is complementary to the arts and crafts style. So I think that covers everything that came up from the last meeting. So that's it. So is there any questions?
Well, first of all, thank you for coming back, and thank you for your presentation. Before we move to questions, I would like to welcome public testimony at this time, if any, from the public. And we are on item number 10 in the agenda, Shanley Farms Historic District, 252 Parkman Avenue, facade alterations and construction of an addition. And I can only hear crickets at this time. So moving this forward, I would like to say for the record that we did get an email correspondence from the Shanley Farm Civic Association. Where they only have a couple of comments, and I'm gonna read for the record. And I will think that the applicant and their clients are aware of this. From Rob Squires, President, Shanley Farm Civic Association. Their correspondence has questions. Does the new addition provide sufficient setbacks from neighboring property lines? Is a consideration to plant a significant tree in front of the Parkman facade on the right side in front of the proposed office to provide balance to the new addition? And given this is a substantial addition to the house, can neighbors be assured the contractors will deploy dust and noise mitigation and proper construction protocols during both excavation and construction? So I think those concerns are not really private to the HRC review, but we can, if this is a correspondence that the applicant doesn't have, we can share that I think so. With that, we can bring it back to commissioners for discussion and questions.
I don't have any, but I'd like to hear Commissioner Lawson's thoughts.
Well, one of the things which is or has been a continuing challenge about this project is, you know, how to articulate the main entrance as the main entrance. And my comment about the landscaping was more so that as we're looking at this elevation right now, the portion of the elevation to the right, the original part, and I believe the original entrance could use some landscaping which helps diminish it in a way so that the left side entrance, the new one, and its new articulation is more prominent. I think what Ms. Gray has described is that from the street, the landscaping will emphasize where the entrance is. You know, maybe not so much at the exactly right at the facade level, but from the street, it's kind of clear which is the main entrance. Does that do the trick? Maybe that does.
Can I make a comment, Karen? On the site plan that shows the legend of the landscaping.
Yes.
If you look where the original entrance was, there right next to the driveway, that's going to be a raised planter that will have plantings of many different heights, including ornamental small trees and bushes, and it will be significant enough to be able to play up that front portion of the facade and draw attention to the entryway. It just doesn't show on the elevation.
So when we're looking at those dark lines,
yeah,
is the dark line right below the window, the top of the raised planter?
Well, it basically that is the line. That's for the separation between the stone and the brick, but the raised planter would be just maybe 6 inches at the most below that line there, but it would be higher than the asphalt. So it wouldn't be down at, or, you know, it wouldn't be down.
Would be at grade.
Ground level. Exactly. It would be raised up a little bit.
You know, so the lower plants might do I would just say that if the plants came up to that lower eave line, that would probably be just what you need.
So if we took something like a smaller evergreen that has a narrow growth, but it's going to grow taller, you think that would work?
Possibly. I mean, I don't want to, you know, be the designer. I just think that over the course of your progress, it has become better in the way that the design emphasizes the new main entrance. So, you know, I think that you have definitely moved in the right direction there. And that's really where my comment was directed, was just to try to diminish the one part and emphasize the other.
Yeah.
Thank
well,
you.
that is the intent, to be able to, you know, to really dress up that front where the picture window will be. And in a way, just using the plant material to frame the window and give it a nice, you know, view there, without, you know, being right in front of the window.
Understood.
Yeah, I think the information presented and all the plant material, I think it accomplishes that. So I thank the applicant for providing that, because it definitely feels like an entrance now. So at least I for my part, I think, you know, it's the right direction. If we could move to the elevations and the finishes, where we have 3 different options, and which for what the applicant described, 2 of them are the preferred ones to move to. I personally, I'm actually fine with option 1, what is described as the budget design concept. But I think mid-range is more value for in terms of design for your project. I know I have brought before concerns about the balance of the elevation and the different volumes, and I think that has been accomplished with the different volumes. With the landscaping, which we already discussed, we have been able to make a better emphasis of where the entrance and the circulation will be occurring at the front of the house. And in terms of materials, I think their materials, obviously I think option 2 will be nicer. For the neighborhood.
If right now I have a contractor that is giving us an idea of where we are price point on these different options. And if the homeowners decide that they want to go somewhere in between the options, the budget design option and the mid-range design option, and maybe choose from those, like say, for example, they can't afford to change out that red brick, but they definitely want to add the stone and they want to change the siding to something different. If we stay within those colors, but they have to pick and choose from either one of those design concepts to make it work, will the board accept that?
Point of order, if I may. There's no way to write a certificate of appropriateness for that.
What is
the certificate of appropriateness? Is the final document that says that you have gone through a hearing and you have a full approval or an approval with additional information that will be required. And that's the final document that you need in order to be able to keep moving forward on your permitting and design process. As staff brought up correctly, we cannot, if you're gonna come back and tell us that you can only do certain finishes of one option and certain finishes another option, then we will have to see it back. I think at this point you can either say we can either approve an option and give you an approval, and if that's something that it's not going to work, then we will need to see you to come back and confirm what will the finishes will be, or in lieu of that, if you would rather table this, as you know we've done, for more information, table it for another 30 days. I think the overall, and commissioners, please feel free to add on, I think that the overall finishes selections are good finishes that work well, but definitely we will need to have like the final, what will be the final version and what is going to be installed in your project in order for us to close this chapter. Does that make sense?
Well, it does. And the homeowners are out of the country, and I know that they are very anxious to get approved. And
So that's the case.
The message that they had conveyed to me is they love the finishing materials that are in the mid-range design concept, but they believe that they're going to be able to afford the budget. However, I mean, both of them, the only thing that is missing that from the budget, I mean, the only question I have as far as the budget design concept is that raised planter. If we were to take the stone from the mid-range design concept and just add that to the raised planter area, would the board approve that?
Hold on, so you mentioned stay within the budget design concept, but then bring the stone for the planter from the mid-range into the budget?
Correct.
And that being the kind of like the winner, or like what the proposed design that you are at least that it will be preferable?
Can you just flip back to the budget slide, please?
Sure. I can't do that.
Could staff help us with that, please?
It's clicked, it's up here.
Oh yeah, it is right here.
Okay.
That's-
Maybe adding stone to the planter and stone to the base of the columns. And then just go, everything else, just go with what the budget I have on this budget plan.
Well, before we go to that, if we're looking at packages in terms of options, and because we can always approve this, and then if that's what the direction of the commission, we approve something and something is going to change, then that item by itself can be brought back, but then the other items can remain as long as there's no other changes. Does that make sense?
So are you basically saying if we said, hey, the budget concept is okay, and then they upgrade one particular thing, like the base would go from brick to stone, we could review that or give it an okay, but rather than saying it's the mid-range, but maybe some things will be budget.
My recommendation to you guys today is to approve one of these 3 packets, and then they will need to come back for historic review any changes they make to what's approved. We are going to provide these approval drawings to building inspection. The building inspector will know what you're supposed to do, and they will tag you if you violate anything that's on the approved list. So I think, in my opinion, that would be the best option, most quickest option for you guys today. Is approve which one ever the owners can actually do, and then require them to come back with any changes.
Well, on that note, the only thing that I want to make sure that you understand is in regards to the roof of the main structure. The one area of contention, if you look at that elevation design on the side, it shows a flat roof towards the front. Do you see that? Well, in talking to a structural engineer, there is a way to be able to make the roof in the front, on the front elevation, look basically the same as what is showing, but to eliminate any possibility of a flat roof. But he has not been brought into the conversation. I apologize. This is the first time doing an historic review. So I did not believe that I needed to talk to a structural engineer as of yet.
If it's
So-
not on the drawings, you will need to bring it back.
It does
Yeah, so
sound
for-
The
like,
drawings that you have here.
yeah, it doesn't
Well-
look like you could possibly frame that above
Well-
the windows and have the dimension work out if I'm reading it correctly, but that's your pick.
Yeah, based upon that for the applicant, can I ask then, you kind of introduced a new element here. I just think for simplicity's sake for fellow commissioners as well, do you want us to table this or do you want us to pick one of these options? Because you've also like introduced this plausible roof thing that as Karen, I think Sarah had said, it's not on the drawings. So we can't, we can't review it because we don't have it.
Well, okay, go ahead.
No, that's all I have to say. Like, that's kind of where we're at. We either need to pick an option or like if you want to explore this roof thing.
So let's rewind for a second to commissioners in terms of materials, and right now I'm probably in terms of materials on the different options. Do we feel comfortable with the combination of materials for each the two options that are presented? And then we have the option one, the budget option, and then we have the mid-range. Because once again, we cannot look at costs.
Right,
But
can you
in-
just go to the mid-range one once again? So the roof shape is the same.
Yeah,
The
we're not
roof
talking
i-
about roof, right? I'm sorry to cut. I'm just trying to line us up. Right now, let's just focus on the finishes of the presentation and those two options. Do we feel that each selection is agreeable within their own?
Sure.
Yes, I mean, I would probably feel more comfortable, to be just honest, if the applicant went back to staff just to, because I think that would make me more comfortable. So that when this is brought back, there's a decision that the applicant has made and we review that decision. Because I think the options is making me a little bit uncomfortable. But I'm fine with this, but I just feel like I'm selecting for them as opposed to them making a decision about what they're wanting to do. That makes any kind of sense.
It does, and I think to the director's point, like even the talk of like mixing two of the options together, like it's like, I just feel like either like, are we,
Well, I think to Commissioner Adair's idea, like if we approve one and then the applicant would come back if there's any changes, so that if they need to do mix and match.
May I ask a question? The options, having three different options for the material selections has been part of the presentation from the first meeting. And I guess I'm just curious as to if it's possible to have this board approve all three of those options, where then, because this is if I had known that it was to be narrowed down to just one, I would have had that. I would have made the homeowners decide on that before today. But I thought, based on the meetings that we've had before, that presenting you with three different options was satisfactory to the board.
Well, I would like to apologize if there was some confusion, but I feel like right now we've been emphasizing on other items of the presentations, and with the aim that once the right volumes and the right design was achieved, then that would because I think right now we haven't had any comments on the finishes on the different options, and we've been more concerned about the design. So at this point, it's a matter of just selecting a group of them. I don't think that we can approve 3 of them and then that's pick and choose later. That's not the way how we operate. And I apologize if that's the impression that was given.
Yeah, I thought I remembered like our original conversations with this were mostly about the door, the window sizes, the orientation of the new entry and that sort of thing. I didn't think we got too deep into, it's been a while in finishes in that original conversation. But again, just for the sake of like moving this applicant forward and I think generally nothing that they presented today is something that we're against, you know what I mean? So I think now we just say, all right, guys, what you presented as an idea, fine. If we table and then you just pick the final thing based upon these, I don't think we have any concerns, So I don't think we want to get into the this, that, the other, da 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 da. I think if the applicant understands, like, again, sorry if there was a miscommunication on if we wanted to see finishes via the original structural stuff whenever we first started seeing this, but I think you could take these back to your people whenever they return and be like, hey, they're cool with generally all these finishes. Which ones do you want to use? Click, fix, done.
I agree.
So the items that are still outstanding, as far as the board is concerned, include making the final decision on the actual materials that they want to use and figuring out exactly how that roof is going to work. If I can get those 2 taken care of, is that all that the board is looking for now? Is that everything? I just want to know.
Correct.
And may I say one more thing and make a suggestion that you are in communication with the staff so that when you come back, everything is, in order and in line, at least to present back.
Yeah, I speak to Sharon on a fairly, regular basis. I was sure that I had addressed all of your concerns.
And you have
Yeah.
addressed our concerns. It's just a matter of making a decision. We cannot approve everything in front of us. We want to approve what we want to review, what is the intent to get built after the design guidance that was given. And then from there, say everything looks fine, maybe this one item or that other item, but then get what you guys actually want to do. You had already wonderfully covered the other items that I know were concerns for us. So it's just a matter of saying, especially right now that it sounds like you guys have been conversations on, what can actually get built, given your situation and having someone look at your roof, then we can get that final picture of what would be, because as mentioned before, for a certificate of appropriateness, we're going to say, okay, this is what we approve, and that's going to be the flag or the goalpost that inspectors and everybody else is going to be looking at for you and your clients to get completed.
Okay. Okay. So I hope this doesn't sound too obnoxious or crass, but is it possible when I get answers on those 2 items, is it possible for that information, those revised, updated documents to be sent to Sharon, distributed to the board without having to be on the docket for the next month's meeting? My only concern is just the ability to get through the HRC process for the homeowners, because they are really anxious to be able to get to building it, get through the permit. And I know the permit is also going to take a while. And I don't mean to sound obnoxious. I'm just trying to understand.
If you're
what's allowed.
trying to get to a position that you have an approval to keep moving forward, then we can, and staff and commissioners, correct me if I'm wrong, we can make a decision now that your budget or your mid-range proposal is what we are approving, and so you can keep moving forward. And if there's anything that's going to change after your continued due diligence, then that comes back. If you have observed earlier in our hearings today, we had given approvals to a project, and then they had made a change, and they brought us back that item, but they were able to keep moving forward. So that's what, if the interest is time right now, we could proceed that way.
Yeah, like I was just gonna say, like, ma'am, if you just say the sentence, we are submitting the mid-range picture for approval, like this one in front of our face, we can vote on that, and you can either move forward or not. You know, whichever one of these, you know, low, mid, or high. You know, if you just
I'm
say
going to
that,
say that the homeowners are actually leaning more towards the mid-range. They like that more. They would like to not have it cost too much, but they want that door, and they want, what was it? The stone. They like the stone at the base. So the mid-range is more what they're looking for, based on our conversations. But like, again, the roof is going to be something that I'm going to be, I'm already in conversations with a structural engineer on that to clarify it. But we are definitely, this house is really leaning towards the arts and crafts style. And I believe that the arts and crafts style complements the contemporary sensibilities of the homeowner very well, which will be on the inside. So any thoughts on that?
So,
ma'am, you will need to bring that back to the Historic Review Commission.
If
Any
you have
changes to
changes.
anything that gets approved today. So they can approve the mid-range plan for you. But if you deviate from what's on this page right here that's up on the screen, you will need to get it approved, and you will need to come back to do that.
Okay.
And if I may add to staff advice, and what the applicant has shared, and if commissioners we are all in agreement, if right now the finishes groupings have been acceptable for a purview, the option one, the budget one, is the one that we will approve. And if anything changes on that, and I think the only items that the applicant has brought up that might change, the roof is the roof, and that can be separate, but the door and the roof material and the base for the planter, then that can come back and let us know these are the changes.
Would I be able to, because I have just been working on the design concept drawings and not really I was thinking that I had to wait until the HRC was approved before I moved into the construction documents that would be approved for or sent for permit. So that was my next step, is working with the structural engineer and getting the entire set of drawings needed for permit ready for submittal. So my question is, when the drawings are ready for permit, may I continue working on those and get the permit approval or that application submitted, and then get the answers from the homeowners, and then get that information to the HRC? Can I do that?
What you need to do is to get your clients to a point where they can make decisions, because you're not going to get a building permit if the drawings you give us and are approved by us are different from what you submit for permit. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I motion that we table this for 30 days to allow the applicant to make final decisions and bring back to the HRC.
Do I have a second?
Second.
For the vote, Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. We're going to table for 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I do the loosest interruption just to say I'm gonna hop on the phone. I'm headed on vacation to London, and I'm literally gonna go get my stuff and get in the airport. So I'm just gonna call in and talk. And I looked at this last one, so I'll just switch in from Zoom to being on like the physical phone.
Okay. Sounds good, Commissioner, but have you reviewed the information?
Yeah, I
separately
looked
since
at
you
it.
won't be able?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm just gonna hop on the phone.
Okay, thank you. Moving forward with our agenda. We are now on demolitions. And under demolitions, we have one item, individual landmark, the Tito House, 1903 Fifth Avenue, demolition of rear garage. Do we have the applicant ready for us? And if so, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Michael Takis with Bowler Engineering. Address is 1 Allegheny Square, Suite 402, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 15212.
Okay, thank you for introduction. You may begin your presentation.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, here, I'll put my camera on just. Hi, instead of a blank screen that says Michael Takis, here's Michael Takis in the flesh.
Nice meeting you.
Hi, thank you for hearing us today. The purpose of this hearing and this request is the proposed demolition of the Tito garage that was designated as a historic structure by the city of Pittsburgh. We had already begun our kind of planning and design process when that had taken place. Two structures were identified as historic on this site, one being the garage, which was located on parcel 2, and the other was the Tito house itself on parcel 3, which is directly to the south of that. Our total development area is just about 2.1, I won't say just about, 2.17 acres. It consists of 23 separate parcels, which you can see identified on this plan. The limits are outlined in the red itself. The one other structure on the site, it is not does not have historic designation, which is on parcel 15, which is the Schwartz Market. That's a 3-story brick structure. The Tito house, of course, is 2-story brick house, and then the garage is a 1-story brick garage. It does have a very extended foundation. Elevation on this site from 5th Avenue to Colwell, 5th Avenue being south, Colwell being north. We're close to 50 feet in places in a relatively narrow lot. So a lot of elevation change. The garage is there is no real connection between the garage and the house. Like I said, all of that kind of part of that grade is just extended foundation that's holding that garage up in the air itself. If you want to go ahead on to the next slide. So this project we've been involved since 2021 with this project, and we have gone through, great lengths with the local community groups, Uptown Partners in particular. We have submitted for ZDR, which then has kind of got us to here. We've had the DAM meeting. So there's been a lot of input and a lot of discussion and a lot of work on this project over that time frame. And through all of that, of course, the designation of the two structures that were part of our development plan being designated historic, and the desire of the community to keep some of that history there. We had worked out an arrangement with Uptown Partners that when we acquire the parcels, we would donate the Tito house back to Uptown Partners to be preserved. So our development would not impact the Tito house in any way. we would redraft the property line as outlined in blue, and we would give them an additional 10-foot setback from the Tito house to our development, just to provide additional buffering. What was still proposed by the development, which I didn't actually introduce, I'm not sure whether Brent is on or not, but Fountain Residential Partners and is the proposed developer for this site. Part of that discussion was that the garage would be taken down and then utilized as part of the development plan itself. Our initial development plans looked at utilizing pretty much the entire site. So whenever these conversations came about, we redesigned the buildings themselves to accommodate the preservation of the Tito house itself. You can go on to the next slide, please. This is the garage structure viewed from Caldwell Street. There is some grade change out in front. You can see the foundation is exposed. There's really no sidewalk there. Exposed foundation on the south side, and then on the north side, I'm sorry, visually south here. It's technically the west side. On the east side, which would be on the other side of the minivan, that is more on grade until the grade then begins to dip away. But as far as how it relates to Caldwell Street, you can go on to the next slide. This is then down on Fifth, showing the Tito house looking towards the direction of our development. You can see on the left side behind the pickup truck there, that is the Schwartz Market identified back there. So our development would pretty much run from behind the red pickup truck down past, inclusive of the market, and further down close to where the dump truck is on the backside there. You go on to the next slide. Just some more images on the top. Again, further up Caldwell. Caldwell does narrow down. It's unclear. Domi is not clear exactly why it narrows down, whether there was a historic landslide on the opposite side from our parcel or not. But there is improvement plans proposed for Caldwell, plans that the city has for the Caldwell Connections project, which is an interconnected sidewalk and trail network. Our development would play a part of that and be a jump starter for that exercise. Again, you can see here, this is the east side of the garage in the middle. And then the image on the far right is then the next garage, which is a City of Pittsburgh. It's DPW. It was a DPW garage, which I believe is still in use, is the next structure down. The images down on the bottom then are just looking more of the property on Fifth. You can go on to the next slide. So as I mentioned, there's a significant amount of elevation change across this property from Fifth Avenue to Caldwell. Our design approach to mitigate that and then still wind up achieving the development that we want to achieve and we think that the community and the city would want is separating the buildings into two pieces. So we have a building that is in building A, which is on the south side of this plan that fronts on Fifth Avenue. That building is related to Fifth Avenue. Apartments are above, and then there's amenity space and then commercial space on the right side. Obviously, there are a variety of different tenants that could go there, but it will have kind of a glass storefront along that first level along Fifth Avenue. That then steps up to an amenity area, an open park area in between the two spaces. And then that steps up higher then to building B, which fronts on Caldwell. Now, the first two levels that are above the amenity space are parking. So we do have a significant number of on-street parking spaces here. I think we have 152 parking spaces underneath that structure B, or building B. Those are separated, those are not interconnected, and they are accessed by utilizing the grade on Caldwell. So if you look on B, close to where the north arrow is, our first access point in is directly off of Caldwell to that first garage level. The second access point for the second level is further up Colwell, because Colwell is going up in elevation, where you can see the stop bar, the second stop bar on the plan, that then accesses that second level of parking. The off-street parking was a real key to this development. The community really appreciated the fact that we were not going to be contributing to parking demands within the neighborhood. And that's what we've always looked to accommodate from the very beginning of the project. I realized as I'm talking about parking and levels, I didn't actually say what the use was. It's of course in the application. The use is for a multifamily apartment complex. We will have a variety of unit types from studios to 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. These will all be furnished. I think our total numbers right now, I had 254 in the application. I know in the Uptown Partners letter, they had identified 260. So we're in that general range of unit count for this development itself. Of course, our proximity between downtown and Oakland and our location directly on the BRT is ideal for this type of development. It is identified in the Eco Innovation District here in the Uptown area as a use type that is needed. So the project fits in and checks a lot of those boxes as far as a need in the community, an access onto the BRT. We think will be successful for all parties involved. We can go on to the next slide. I think I have some images. So again, vehicular circulation, and we show the one-way circulation on Fifth. We do have a loading area. In talking with city planning and talking with CDAP, there's it really isn't a good place for loading anywhere. We've worked with BRT and have a solution that we think works, and we're working to get their buy-in. And then, of course, you can see the 2 vehicle entries that we have for the parking levels off of Colwell. You can go on to the next slide. And then pedestrian, as far as access into the building, we also, we have some of those circles are showing access to the bicycle storage that we're providing. A lot of the things are targets that are some of the urban design targets that were given to us, as well as some of the design credits that we're looking to achieve by providing the bike usage, both internal for residents, and then we're also talking about having bike rental out on the outside for the bike kiosks on this site as well. You can move on to the next slide. So this is a rendering. This was presented to CDAP. This shows the building along Fifth. It shows the Tito House in its proximity. It obviously is elevated up above Fifth as it is today. That would remain. And then you can see the access to the amenity space that's there, that's on the west side of the building at the bottom. Go on to the next slide. Here is coming up towards Fifth. So this is up Gist Street. The open space that's underneath is another public space that we've designed into the project. We have a wall that's holding back that grade that's where the amenity space is behind. We are proposing that is open for public art, mural, and then we have some other space in there as well that we could house public art in that area as well. Can move on to the next slide. This is then the view from Colwell. This is where our access, we line up on grade with Colwell. As you go page right, Colwell is dropping away. That's where then you hit the 2 garage levels. And as you go the opposite direction, page left, Colwell continues up. So the building will fall away from Colwell elevationally as you go in that direction. Go on to the next slide. And then again, another view from Fifth. The BRT stops we're basically flanked by them. We have one that is on our east side and one that's on our west side for BRT. You can go on to the next slide. So this was a letter of support for the project from Uptown Partners, identifying some of the things that we were doing with the project, the things we've committed to that they felt were an asset to the community. We feel that, you know, the positive aspects of preservation of the Tito House and the efforts that all parties involved have gone to alter the design to be able to accommodate that preservation, you know, warrants serious consideration for the demolition of the garage. And then the demolition of the garage is vital to that off-street parking component to this project. Again, we've shortened up building A and we've made up for it with some units in building B, but we've already made those accommodations in the design to date. I don't know if you want us to go directly through the letter or whether you've reviewed that independently. There were just some bullet points that they had called out, but again, I can read them, or
we have received the correspondence as well separately, so I think I would like them to address them as a group as needed on the conversation.
okay. And that's, you know, that's what our proposed project, that's what we're looking for. We'd like to entertain any questions you have about the project or our plans for the Tito garage at this time.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. At this moment, I would like to invite public testimony regarding this property, if any. To staff, do we have?
Is it back to the commissioners?
No, I was asking
Oh,
for public
okay.
testimony regarding
right.
this project. Do we have any public testimony regarding this property? Doesn't appear to be. Then in that case, I would like to keep moving forward and enter into the correspondence that we received regarding this property, and which was distributed to all commissioners by staff prior to this. I will enter for the record first. We received a copy of the development activities meeting report. It's very extensive, where they cover different areas, and I highlighted as some of the questions asked about the demolition of the garage. And from Upton Partners, they had shared that they believe that the back property was necessary to be demolished in order to I'm going to quote, demolition of back property is necessary since we don't want entry on Fifth Avenue, given safety concern and traffic congestion, and entry at Caldwell Garage was most feasible with grade. So that is there's more information, but that's in particular to this conversation. Another correspondence we received was an email letter from Ms. Rona Pekic, where she had several items brought. She does not support the demolition of the property, where she had the following 5 key points she wanted to share in regards to 1818 Caldwell Street. Item 1, the potential demolition of 1818 Caldwell Street is not consistent with the letter and the spirit of Pittsburgh's historic preservation law. 2, the former Rolling Rock Garage and beer distribution located separately from 1817 Fifth Avenue has individual deep historical significance. Item number 3, the 1817 Fifth Avenue property loses its integrity and capacity to convey its significance without the Rolling Rock Garage and beer distributorship. 4, the applicants are not demonstrated that preserving 1818 Caldwell is an economic hardship or that the building is in imminent danger of collapse. And 5, demolition of 1818 Caldwell is inconsistent with Uptown Soho neighborhoods planning goals. Another correspondence that we received regarding this property was from Mr. Tom Castello, who represents the Williams family, who owns the property, where they are in support of the development to have the 1818 Caldwell Street to be demolished. And then we have a letter of support from Uptown Partners, as the applicant had presented before, where they are on support of the overall. This letter is actually was directed to the City of Pittsburgh Planning Commission, not to the HRC. But they do mention support of the overall development and the things that it's gonna bring to the Fifth Avenue corridor, and their commitment to the community. And it also mentions that Fountain Residential has also agreed to transfer to Uptown Partners adjacent and historic Tito House, closes on the purchase of the property. So I believe that's all public testimony I have at this time. I wanted to do one more check to see if there's any public testimony regarding this property. There is none. So then moving these to commissioners.
I have no questions. I want to compliment them on the work. I know this is a long time coming. I love the design. I realize that the garage is necessary to be demolished in order to make the project happen. I like the spirit in which they are preserving the front house, donating that back to the community, and the support that exists to keep that structure there. So again, I like what I see.
Thank you, Commissioner Snipe.
Can the applicant speak to the structural integrity of the garage? Is there any issues with it, or is it simply that it needs to be removed for the larger project?
There's nothing visible from the outside that appears that a collapse is in the works. The building appears to be generally sound. There has not been a fully detailed structural analysis of the building. It's literally topographically and operationally, fundamental to the project as a whole. And it's just, with its disconnection from the other historic structure, elevationally and physically, I don't like to be blunt and just say it's in the way, but it kind of is. It is in the way of the overall development goals and the goals of the community and the developer as a whole.
I thank you for that, and I can certainly understand the perspective of Commissioner Snipe. My concern here is that in the very recent past of this commission, we were asked to do something very similar. That there was a house that was on Chateau Street that was came to us for demolition, and we rejected that demolition, despite there being a larger project in the works for that as well. I'm having a very difficult time approaching this demolition with different eyes.
I'm in agreement. We like to steer away from demolitions, especially when I know there was a struggle to maintain and preserve properties. Looking at the information, I know this area fairly well. I work close by, and I do know that the properties on the garage is on ground, but I don't see any topographic maps or any kind of work to show that it is actually not possible to bring that access into the new development through a lot that is not this 1818 Caldwell property.
The topography is there on this plan that you can see. Each of those lines are 2-foot contours, so between from one line to the other is 2 feet of vertical elevation difference. So the elevation from the front to the back on the high side. Now, I will say it does thin as it goes west, but on the east side of the property is over 50 feet up to Caldwell.
So could you bridge over it? And I guess the question then is the building significant enough to bridge over it? It would totally mess up your basement, but not the upper floors.
But bridge over what? I guess I should ask.
If you didn't take the garage down, could you in some way create a gap that connected your buildings, which you would probably need to do, but maintained both of those buildings, the house and the garage?
We don't see a way to make that happen from an elevation standpoint and from an operational standpoint, either way with this. Now, I do just to for full transparency or full whatever, neither of these properties were recommended by the HRC for historic designation.
That
came through.
That does not apply to this conversation. The properties there.
Understood. I'm simply discussing the aspect of the project and these structures. I see Brent wants to chime in as well.
Yes.
Go ahead, Brent.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, this is Brent Little with Fountain Residential Partners at 660 Cole Avenue in Dallas, Texas. We're the developer of the project. I'm president and CEO. And I just wanted to address some of the questions that have been asked here. Sorry, it took me a little while to figure out how to join the conversation. But we worked very hard with the engineering team to, number one, try to find a way to save the building and work with it and gain access to the lower levels for parking. But it was just not achievable. And we've spent, gosh, probably, I'd say somewhere around 4 to 6 months working with Uptown Partners and going through all of this on a very detailed and granular level with them, working through all of these because, they had the same question for us as well. And we worked with them to show them in many different aspects how it was just not possible because you have at Caldwell rises significantly in grade from on the plan here from left to right. And so you have to be able to enter into a lower grade where the parking needs to be. You can't park on the 3rd floor and have residences below on the 1st or 2nd. That doesn't work. For us to be able to enter in those lower levels for parking, we had to access it the lower level of the topography, which is where that garage is. And I think in working with Uptown Partners and other stakeholders in the community and with their architectural and engineering approval team there at Uptown who have reviewed all of this with us, they came to the conclusion and understood that it was just not going to be feasible for us to save that garage also. But as noted before, we're very happy with the ability to save the Tito house there. I believe it's Tito house is how it's actually pronounced. But we did everything we could to try to save it. It should be noted that obviously it's significantly different architecture from the home there in the front, and it was obviously built at a different time. But that is the portion that the Uptown Partners, I realize Uptown Partners and their architectural and engineering review process is not HRC, and they have different criteria. But just to be of note that we spent a good amount of time with them working through all of these and trying to save it. And this was the result that they came up with and agreed with our analysis thereof. But this was not taken lightly. We didn't just say, oh, it's easier to do this. This was the only way it would work for us to be able to gain access to those lower levels for parking.
So the issue is actually the foundation, not the building. I mean, in other words, is there a way that the ground floor up could in some way remain or be preserved without its foundation, without its deep foundation, so that you could keep your parking?
I also have a follow-up question. Could we go down to a couple of slides where it shows some diagrams showing entries into the building from Caldwell? Next one over. So in there it says vehicle entry and then vehicle entry. The other vehicle entry is higher up, coming from the street. Is that an actual vehicle entry?
There's two levels of parking there. So by the time you get from the first entry to the second entry, which is not a very great distance, it's already risen over 10 foot in grade. So we have two levels of subterranean parking there.
So there's no connection between the entry at that level and the entry on the lower level?
There's not.
And then the garage is another 10 feet up? See, the floor of the garage.
There's two levels of garage, each one separated by about 11 foot in grade difference.
Okay, so.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm misreading something here, I think.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that if that is a vehicle entry into the development, you have a vehicle entry into the development.
We have two vehicle entries there. They're labeled there on this slide. One is the lower level of the parking. The other one is the upper level of the parking. There are two levels of parking. And then the third level of the building begins the apartments. And then you have 5 levels of apartments above that.
So between those two things you've labeled, vehicle entry is where the garage currently exists.
The first one furthest to the right is where the garage is.
Okay.
I'm sorry, furthest to the left.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Left.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make, and I understand the different levels of parking, but then is it possible to enter through the upper vehicle entry down to the lower level? If that's the case, and not have two vehicle entries?
No, there's not, because of the nominal dimension of the buildings and the topo, there's not enough room there to be able to do essentially a switchback. You'd need greater width of buildings there to be able to accomplish that, and then you'd lose a bunch of parking spaces accomplishing that. We're already at our even with this relatively nominal amount of parking, we're at the minimum acceptable, and we'd lose a significant amount of parking there
For the ramp?
for the ramping. Yes, ma'am.
Hey guys, it's James. Sorry, I'm on my thing here getting ready. I guess fundamentally for me, just the question is, are we going to authorize demolition of a structure that has no known, deterioration or structural need to? I think, the reality of it is, to be loosely frank for a second, we did and council did, so now it is. So now it's a historic structure. And are we just going to authorize the demolition of a building without any structural issue because it's now in the way?
Good point.
That is the question.
Can I throw another possible option out?
Go ahead.
Is it possible to deconstruct the building and reconstruct it right across the street? Those lots are also owned by the city.
I would say, first of all, anything's possible, but there's significant grade there. It goes up at probably about a 30% grade on the other side of that road. It may be difficult to see there in that first slide, but it's steps going. You can kind of see some of those other locations. It's significant grade.
That's also where coming down that hill there, I believe, is where one of the Colwell connections kind of demarc points is as well. That comes down over that hill in relatively close proximity there. I don't have that, didn't present that plan as part of the package, but the city was working on that. That was kind of a node connection on that side of the street for that.
And I think also when this was given a historic designation, it was requested that the two buildings be considered separately because they are so different. They've got different lineage. They're built at different times, at different uses, et cetera, et cetera. And it was felt that by some of those, including some of those who are now, most of those who are now supporting this demolition, like Uptown Partners, that they put it through as an individual designation rather than considering the two separately.
If I may, the application was submitted as a historic site because there were multiple buildings on this parcels that had served the same purpose, in that they were related to the family. The main house and the garage was related to the family and the family business. So they were all part of the same nomination and same listing.
Hey, it's James. My last thought is, and then I really will defer to other commissioners on what we end up doing here, is with tricky cases like this, I just don't like when the HRC is used, is what this boils down to. So I'll defer to other commissioners on our final decision, but.
Personally, at this point, I do not feel comfortable on a positive approval of this demolition. It's already been brought in that, the building has integrity, it's not falling down. It has been brought up that there's already another vehicular access, which even though it's not to the same level, it is a vehicular access into the development, and that work will be done to provide what is needed from it. And also the fact that, as staff remind us, is that it's a historic site, and as much as the two buildings are separate, they tell a story together. And I'm sorry, but right now it seems to be a cost issue. What is bringing this in front of us, and we cannot take into consideration costs on it. So I don't think I have enough information at this time to be amenable to a demolition to move forward for 1818 Caldwell.
Could I make a suggestion or
I was
recommendation?
can I chime in? I've been trying to be patient and let like folks talk who are probably more familiar with this. The history of this. I mean, I'm kind of in the middle here, but I am leaning towards approving the demolition of the garage. Uptown Partners, I believe, supported the historic designation. Is that correct, or am I wrong about that?
They are in support.
They were
Right.
the nominators.
They were the right, because I remember going to city council about this.
Ma'am, if I could answer your question also, they have.
Let me
I'm sorry. Let the commissioners finish speaking.
finish.
Okay.
So I
Answer
am
questions.
definitely leaning towards approving the demolition.
Question.
I think, and this is for a couple of reasons. One, I think from what I could tell, there's been a preservation of what the community believes has deemed a historic structure in the Greater Hill District, which is a place where so many things have been demolished, but nothing replaces them, right? So this is actually a unique situation where you've got somebody, a developer, trying to salvage at least a part of a historic structure. And actually is I'm looking at the Uptown Partners Eco Innovation Plan, which does call for more housing, because this is a neighborhood that needs a lot of housing. I'm not sure what kind of housing this is. I know it's multifamily housing. I know there are 200 plus units. I'm not sure what the income, ratios are, or what have you. Maybe the developer can answer that question, but it's not material to this for me anyway. But I think that there is a compromise that I think Uptown Partners understands and recognizes in the fact that they want to preserve something, but they understand the need for something in this place that's happening right now at the same time. Oftentimes, there may be a designation around historic preservation that occurs, and it basically deters development in areas that need development. So I understand from a principled standpoint why the commission does not want to, and just from the principles and from what's considered, why they wouldn't want to. The commission would not want to demo that piece of the site, but under these circumstances, I would support the demolition because of what's coming in. I think this is a really interesting example of the old and the new in a place that wants to recognize, Historic Hill District wants to recognize its history, but it also wants to move into the future. So I'll just leave it at that. And just wanted to just voice my opinion about this, because it is more complex, I think, from the community standpoint.
Well, I mean, I think that's been the dilemma all along in the challenge between the need for development here versus the historic site. And it's hard for us as the Historic Review Commission. I feel like I shouldn't be the chair. I'm not the chairperson, but is it our role to say, well, okay, take it down because the development is more important than the history, or to say the history is more important than the development? I mean, I think it's hard for us to be the decider on that point.
Yeah, I take community, as the director of city planning, I take the perspective of the community groups very seriously. And that's really a lot of how I've come to the conclusion that I've come to. If they were like, don't demo it, if Uptown Partners said don't demo it, I would have probably felt a certain way about that. But I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate the challenge here.
And if I may add to that, I appreciate Director and Commissioner Abrams, regarding that there is preservation happening on the site with the Tito house, which is true, even if it's not, if the buildings are not connected, And in terms of the more history, remembering the hearing that we had when that came to us, it was about the history of the women and the families and the different previous communities that habitated that Tito house. And while the garage was instrumental in the beginning of the beer distributor, where the history of the families and the history of the community is centered on that Tito house, which looking at some, and once again, I guess I'm playing devil's advocate for what I had brought in before. That property is right in the center of this development, so I almost wonder if there's anything that, because right now it just seems like it's a hole left on the development for the house to exist. So I almost wonder if there's something else that could happen to if another property is to go down in order for this development to occur, something else that could be there to continue this. So I think right now, and rightfully so, regarding community, like I said, I've been working on Uptown area for like 5 years now, 6 years now, and I've it's a construction site all the time. But definitely progress is coming, and it's duly needed. The new UPMC Center for Blindness and Eyesight Center open, which is phenomenal. We have the other development down the street with the new homeopathic building by Duquesne. So so that is very important for the community as well. So I see the point. I see the point that is the points that have been brought up. And I see a raised hand from Mr. Little.
Yes, I just wanted to address some of the questions that had been brought up. As noted, we worked very closely with Uptown Partners, Dr. McDonald and Ms. Miller there on the preservation of the house. And we have agreed to create a like a plaque or signage there over on Caldwell Street, denoting that this is a historic site and that the garage was there in its place in the history of the Rolling Rock Brewery. So we have, there's a full agreement with Uptown Partners. If anybody would like to see it, is probably 10 pages long. It also indicates, public art that we're working with them on donations that we're making to cleaning up the Uptown area, et cetera, et cetera. Other things that we're doing to be good neighbors and be good parts of the community as we move forward with this property and this project. Also, this is not a dollar issue. It was noted that this could not be done because it was an economic issue. If it were an economic issue, would have been able to resolve it. It's a, for lack of a better word, a structural and an engineering issue. That the issue that was an economic issue was the Tito house. The Tito house we're buying for $500,000, $500,000, and we are donating it back to Uptown Partners for them to use for preservation. And that's a pretty big ask and a pretty big thing that we've done for the historic community and for Uptown Partners to allow them to do that. So it was not an issue of economics. We were able to solve the economic issues, but we've not been able to solve these access and structural and topographic issues, which just won't go away. I've done adaptive reuse and historic projects in Memphis. We did one on a building built in 1905, the downtown YMCA. It won a ULI Grand Award back in the late 90s. That was conversion into residential as well. And then a 10-story adaptive reuse of a building near the University of Illinois Chicago in downtown Chicago that was built in the early 1900s as well. They used historic tax credits. So I'm a friend of the historic community. We've done multiple adaptive reuses of historic buildings, and we try to save the historic network and patchwork of these areas whenever we can. And we're happy to be doing that with the Tito House. And we've even gone in there and done some of the cleanup there at the house on our dime, even though we don't own the property yet. We're just under contract just to make it look better because it was just being overrun and looking horrible. And I just want to note that we do have the support of the community stakeholders as well as the owner of the property. So we've been working closely with all the stakeholders in this area to get their support and work through the plans here to try to make this a win-win for everybody. It's 23 parcels, I believe, with about 6 different owners. There's a lot of nuts and bolts to it, but we've been able to herd all of those cats and try to make them all happy and bring this to fruition, hopefully, to the benefit of all and make it a win-win situation. So thank you very much for your time. I would ask, and what I was saying before is that if you feel it would be beneficial or necessary, we'd be happy to table this for 30 days until the next hearing. And if there's additional information that we could get you on the house or the ways that we've looked at the engineering here or other options, we'd be happy to do that and provide that so that you can take a closer look at this and we can answer some of these questions that you brought up here in more detail.
One of the things that's crossed my mind, and I don't know if this is within our purview or for that matter, even a good idea, but
if it's not a good idea, maybe it's not a good idea. Or it's
no, it might not be a good idea, but you know, in the interest of memorializing this as an historic site, I wonder if the public space between your building could actually be a kind of outdoor museum-ish, but storytelling place where, you know, some of the documentation of what this site was all about would actually be kind of memorialized in some manner, so that there might be some mitigating of a building with some other means of representing it. Like I say, that might not be a good idea, or it might not be something that we can even recommend, but it might, but I'll toss it out there anyway.
Okay.
No, I like that idea. And I was gonna actually revisit Commissioner Snipes' idea about deconstruction. So deconstructing, so that you say the materials of the building, and then maybe it could be incorporated into a new structure that's in the neighborhood, an open space or a public space. Right, or something that definitely recognizes it. I wrote a note like maybe to provide the materials to Uptown Partners to figure out what they want to do with it or how they want to repurpose the materials so they can sell them or whatever they want to do. But I like the idea about, you know, dedicating some of this, a space in the neighborhood to what Commissioner was talking about with regard to like storytelling or open space or some dedication, memorializing the actual space.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm trying to push everyone on time, but I think, just to remind, I know we have reviewed another property from demolition that was from University of Pittsburgh down on 4th Avenue, which the storefront has been removed and it's going to be relocated to another site. So actually, I think that's worth considering. And I appreciate also Mr. Little's, you know, proposition to table this, you know, for 30 days to get more feedback and make sure that we are all together making the right decision for the development and for the community. I don't think that at this point we really have consensus. I think we all have great statements put forward, and especially if the applicant is comfortable with table for 30 days, I think that would be a course of action. And Commissioner Snipe, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I'd like to motion that we do that and also request that the community partner be present for, if we agree to table this for 30 days, request that Uptown Partners come to the meeting as well and speak. I think that we have a moral obligation to listen to our community partners. They're the ones who had initially nominated it, and they're the ones who are now supporting the demolition. So I think as commissioners, we do have a responsibility to listen to our community partners. So I like the motion that we table these, we table 1818 Caldwell Street for 30 days.
This is James, I second.
Okay, thank you for the vote. Commissioner Abrams,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Loison,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipe,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguirre is an aye. Table for 30 days. Thank you to everyone for their comments, and thank you to the applicants for the conversation and for allowing us this time to discuss it further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward with our agenda, let me get to my notes. At this point, we are moving towards next item on the agenda is certificates of economic hardship, which there are none. For historic nominations, we have none. So at this point, we move to director's report.
I do have, probably just keep the one, it's really late. I have 3 things, but I can address the other 2 at a separate meeting.
Okay.
But the one thing I wanted to do was to thank Sarah Minert, who's the division director for Public History, Art and Design. She's leaving the city. Her last day, I think, is either tomorrow or Friday, but she will be gone. This is her last HRC meeting. And I just wanted to just thank her and for all that she's done to really kind of rethink a lot of the things that we're working on and working towards in the division itself, and some things including our work at the staff level and department level around historic preservation. We are going to miss her dearly. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that she was leaving. If you didn't know, I'm sorry, you're finding out now, but she is leaving. But don't worry, we have, she's helped me pull together some things so that we can bring somebody else in. She's irreplaceable, but somebody else will come into that position, hopefully within the next couple of months.
Thank you for bringing that up, and we will definitely miss Miss Miner, because she's been, I think, instrumental on us finding different ways to make this commission better, and I think that's without question. So best of luck. And I do have another one thing that I wanted to mention very quick. I know we're running late, but I wanted to share with the commission and that we received a document from the PA-SHPO, which is an evaluation of our certified local government and how we are operating as a commission. It's a 10-page document, which I was given in advance. It's a wonderful document, pretty much. So slightly background, this type of evaluations done sporadically to certify local governments. We hadn't had one in a while, and definitely not while I've been chair. So I really welcome all the feedback that we got from how processes to how we operate as a commission, to all these great comments and feedback that we get. So I'm going to be distributing that to commissioners to peruse and review. I think there's a lot of information that we have already expressed that we have some frustration about, but I think there's a lot of things that we can learn from and try to steer our leadership, our director, and also ourselves to make this commission better than what it could be. So look for that in your emails. So with that, best of luck, Sarah. We'll miss you, but you have my phone, so you know how to contact me if need be. And I think at this point, I will entertain a motion to adjourn if there's no other items.
I was wondering if Sarah wanted to say anything before she left.
True. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
I definitely don't want to prolong this meeting anymore. Thank you, Director Abrams. Thank you, Chairwoman Aguirre. It's been wonderful getting to know all of you, and I look forward to staying tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
day. Safe travels, James.
Yes, James, safe travels and enjoy
Thank
London.
you. I'm literally walking into the airport now, so I'll see you
Okay.
guys.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.